Chapter 2203. An ancient scripture could allow a force to flourish. Similarly, a powerful force couldn't do without an ancient scripture. With an ancient scripture, a martial emperor expert could continue to move forward. Otherwise, they would have no direction and had to rely on themselves. That would be much more difficult. For example, Lu Ming was like that now. He could comprehend any new law as he pleased. If he had an ancient scripture, he could follow the records in the ancient scripture and deduce it. That way, his cultivation speed would naturally be much faster. Unfortunately, the Primal Chaos scripture is incomplete and I can't go to the Primal Chaos Palace now. Thinking of this, Lu Ming frowned. Previously, 2E had told him that as long as he defeated the Son of Chaos, he could go to the Primal Chaos Palace and inherit it completely. Now, he had already defeated Yuan Xian. However, when he was in the Primal Realm, Lu Ming had used the Primal Chaos token many times to enter the Primal Chaos Palace, but there was no response at all. If he had the Primal Chaos scripture, he wouldn't have to fumble around like this. Dandan, your cultivation has reached the true Emperor realm? Lu Ming asked. Dandan's performance was incomparably fierce. A true emperor from the evil god tribe was killed by Dandan. Lu Ming was very curious. No, I'm just a peak void emperor. But killing a few low-level true emperors is easy. Dandan said proudly. He glanced at Lu Ming and said, Kid, don't think that you're so great just because you've comprehended 7 laws. I'll show you mine. After saying that, Dandan waved his hand. In the void, the power of laws gathered crazily and filled the air with a bright radiance. 1 type, 2 types, 3 types, there were a total of 9. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Dandan had mastered a total of 9 laws. Among them, Lu Ming saw the strongest law, the primordial law. The other 8 were all King Dao laws. Array Dao, Pill Dao, Equipment Dao, Immortal Flame, Destructive Lightning, and some of the laws were extremely powerful. At least 5 of them had reached the 2nd level. No wonder why Dandan was so strong, able to kill a true emperor as a peak void emperor. Seeing Lu Ming's dumbfounded expression, Dandan's vanity was incomparably satisfied, and he laughed strangely. Brat, did you see that? This king is unparalleled in this world. I've already grasped 9 types of laws, and 6 of them have reached the 2nd stage. Coupled with the ancient scriptures I've grasped, what's the point of jumping realms to fight? Not to mention a 2-star true emperor, I can even kill a 3-star void emperor. Dandan was immensely proud of himself. With his hands behind his back, he looked unparalleled. This guy, Lu Ming pursed his lips, but at the same time, he felt relieved. Dandan did not die at all back then. He was only heavily injured, so he turned into an egg and was reborn. Now that he had recovered all of his memories, his cultivation speed was naturally astonishing. No one could compare to him. He was different from Bubble. Bubble was a brand new life, so he had to comprehend it step by step. After being proud for a while, Dandan looked at Lu Ming with his hands behind his back, and said, Brat, I see that you've also comprehended the Tao of Equipment, Tao of Array, and Tao of Alchemy. I can teach you a divine art. It won't increase your combat strength by much, but it will greatly increase your ability to escape. Oh? What divine art? Lu Ming asked curiously. Dandan had been by his side in the past and had been suppressed by him. She had not been able to make a name for herself. Now that her cultivation level had surpassed Lu Ming's and she had regained her memory, she naturally had to show off in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming cooperated with him and let him show off more. When he felt comfortable, Lu Ming could even gain some benefits. Sure enough, Dandan was incomparably comfortable, and his vanity was greatly satisfied. He took out a jade talisman and engraved it, before tossing it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming caught it and scanned it with his spiritual consciousness. He realized that it was a divine art. The 6-feathered mystical wings was a divine art. This divine art was made up of 6 types of laws. Only by mastering these 6 types of laws could the divine art be cultivated to the highest level. Of course, 3 of them could also be cultivated, but their power was relatively weaker. These three types were the Tao of Array, Tao of Equipment, and Tao of Alchemy. What a magical divine art. Unfortunately, it's not an ancient scripture, but a pure divine art. I can't use it to deduce other laws. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Let's leave this place first. You can slowly comprehend it along the way, Dandan said. Lu Ming nodded and the two immediately left the place. Next, Lu Ming split a portion of his attention to hurry on the road. Most of his attention was on comprehending the six-feathered mystical wings. A few days later, Lu Ming had already comprehended it. With a thought, the three types of laws, Tao of Array, Tao of Equipment, and Tao of Alchemy, filled the air. A pair of transparent wings appeared behind him. With a flap of the wings, Lu Ming's speed increased exponentially. He flickered in the void as fast as lightning, and it was difficult to capture his trajectory. Amazing! Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Using this divine art allowed his speed to increase by several times. This was only cultivated with three types of laws. If he mastered all six types of laws, his speed would be astonishing. I've just cultivated it. As I cultivate in the future, my speed will be even faster. Moreover, the Tao of Equipment and Tao of Alchemy are not perfected yet. If they are, my speed will increase too. Also, the other three types of laws to cultivate the six-feathered mystical wings are all Tao of Kings. One of them is the Tao of Penetration. Should I cultivate this type of law in the future? Lu Ming's mind continued to ponder. In the end, he decided to take it slow. As the Tao of Alchemy and Tao of Equipment were not perfected yet, he planned to cultivate these two types of laws to perfection first before considering comprehending other laws. Even so, his speed had increased exponentially, and his ability to protect himself had greatly increased. Very quickly, another few days passed. Lu Ming's control of the six-feathered mystical wings was becoming more and more proficient. In the past few days, they had also gained something. They had obtained a total of 2 world cores. Although the loss of energy was very serious, there was still some left. To a martial emperor, this was definitely a treasure that could help increase one's cultivation. This time, Dandan was kind enough to give one to Lu Ming. Lu Ming naturally took it without hesitation. If he became an emperor in the future, this thing would be of great use. Wait, there's someone. Suddenly, Dandan said in a low voice. Then, he restrained his aura to the extreme. Dandan had also mastered a concealment technique. Its effect was not inferior to the divine aura technique at all. Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he activated his divine aura technique. Then, the two hid under a rock. Whoosh! In the sky, a rainbow light flew past at an astonishing speed. Such a strong cultivation. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. The rainbow light swept past, but Lu Ming still saw it. It was a powerful evil god tribe member, definitely not an ordinary true emperor. A peak true emperor dares to fly at such a fast speed? Courting death. Dandan muttered and transmitted his voice to Lu Ming. Kill. At this time, a battle cry shook the world. Chapter 2204. Lu Ming and Dandan hurriedly walked out from under the stone and looked ahead. They saw a resplendent radiance in the void before them as a figure appeared. This was a human. His killing intent shook the sky. With a loud shout, the sky shook. He held a saber in his hand and slashed at the evil god tribe member. The evil god tribe member roared and unleashed his full cultivation. However, it was useless. The saber light slashed and the evil god tribe member was split into 2. After killing the evil god tribe member, the figure stood in the air. After a while, it turned into specks of light and dissipated. It was an indestructible mark of an expert. When it sensed an expert approaching, it would appear and kill. Even true emperors will be in danger if they enter this ancient battlefield. It's fine if a high-level true emperor keeps a low profile. Flying at such a high speed is simply courting death. Dandan said disdainfully. Immediately, the two of them rushed over and put away the true emperor's storage ring and bracelet. In the blink of an eye, another few days passed. However, they didn't find anything during these few days. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, a violent explosion came from ahead. The two of them retracted their auras and flew into the sky. They hid in the clouds and slowly floated forward. Not long after, they saw a castle in front of them. At this time, a group of evil god tribe members surrounded the castle and bombarded it continuously. The castle was built with an unknown material. It looked very old. The gate of the castle was tightly shut and there was a layer of light on the gate. Those evil god tribe members were bombarding the gate of the castle, wanting to break it open. There's actually a castle here? Lu Ming was incomparably astonished. They had been here for so many days, but this was the first time they saw a building. A castle here is probably no small matter. It might be the palace of a peerless expert in the past. Dandan's eyes were shining. Dandan, could it be that you want to go in? But there are so many evil god tribe members in front. The two of us are far from enough. Lu Ming said. There were at least 100 evil god tribe members in front of the castle. From the way they attacked the gate of the castle, it could be seen that there were many experts and true emperors. There were even high-level true emperors. The fiend god tribe sent a large number of experts this time. High-level true emperors were in danger here since they could be sensed by the imprint and killed. However, there would always be some lucky ones who wouldn't encounter the mark of a powerhouse. Dandan was strong, but he wasn't a match for a high-level true emperor. The two of them frowned as they tried to think of a countermeasure. I can lay down a great killing formation in advance. If I can lure the evil god race into the great formation, I can kill them. However, I need to lure them in first. Dandan frowned and muttered. I'll do it. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. You're going to lure them out? No, you might have learned the 6 feathered god wings and increased your speed, but you're still not fast enough against a true emperor. You can't escape. Dandan shook his head. Don't worry, what if I attack from over 100 li away? Lu Ming smiled and the big bow appeared in his hand. Dandan looked at the big bow carefully and said, Fallen Star Bow, this is the Fallen Star Bow. Brat, you actually got the Fallen Star Bow? As she spoke, Dandan almost drooled. She reached out to grab the bow. Lu Ming quickly put it away. Dandan looked at Lu Ming with a sad face. You know the origin of this bow? Lu Ming asked. Of course, this bow was famous in the ancient era. It was the weapon of a peerless expert. It was said that one arrow could shoot down the stars in the sky. Unfortunately, it has lost too much of its spirituality. It's not as powerful as it used to be. Dandan said, but his eyes were still burning. Fallen Star Bow? Lu Ming whispered. He was already very satisfied. Even though his spirituality was severely damaged, it was enough for him now. He could only pull it apart a little. Dandan, let's go back and set up the formation. I'll go lure people out. Lu Ming changed the topic so that Dandan wouldn't keep thinking about the Fallen Star Bow. Dandan sighed and lamented the unfairness of the heavens. Why was it that someone as brilliant and peerless as him wasn't as lucky as Lu Ming? Eventually, the two retreated and chose a spot several thousand miles away. Dandan began setting up the formation. Dandan's mastery of formations and runes had reached an unimaginable level. Any law could be turned into runes in his hands and fused into the formation. This was a realm that Lu Ming was far from reaching. An hour later, Dandan shouted, It's almost done. This formation is enough to kill a peak true emperor. Go and lure people out. I hope they haven't broken into the castle yet. Lu Ming nodded and flashed in the direction of the castle. Not long after, Lu Ming arrived 100 miles away from the castle. Lu Ming stood in the air and took out the Fallen Star Bow. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, he could shoot from 1,000 miles away with the Fallen Star Bow. However, the power would be relatively weaker. At a distance of 100 miles, the power of the Fallen Star Bow could be maximized. Lu Ming pulled the Fallen Star Bow. Then, a rainbow-colored arrow pierced through the void and shot toward an evil god tribe member outside the castle. The speed was too fast and it was a sneak attack. The other party couldn't react at all. Bang! A 6-star void emperor from the evil god tribe was directly killed by the arrow. Who is it? The other evil god tribe members roared. They looked around and immediately found Lu Ming. It's a human. You're courting death. An evil god tribe member roared. Lu Ming turned and left. He executed the 6-feathered divine wings. His speed was astonishing as he ran toward the place where Dandan had set up the formation. The gate of this castle is about to be breached. Attack the gate first. A true emperor from the evil god tribe spoke. They didn't chase after Lu Ming. Lu Ming ran for a while and realized that no one from the evil god tribe was chasing after him. Nestle, it seems like killing one isn't enough. Let's kill a few more. Lu Ming returned and landed 100 miles away. Swish. 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 This time, Lu Ming pulled the bow and shot 3 arrows. This time, the evil god tribe was prepared. However, it was still useless. 2 6-star void emperors and a 7-star void emperor were seriously injured. Damn it. That human is simply courting death. The few of you, follow me, and kill him. An evil god tribe true emperor roared and chased after Lu Ming with a few high-level void emperors. Lu Ming executed the 6-feathered divine wings and turned to run. The distance of a few thousand miles was covered in the blink of an eye. Boom! In the sky, an incomparably huge turtle suppressed down. An evil god tribe true emperor and a few high-level void emperors were directly suppressed to death. Dandan stepped down from the sky and said, "It's just a 1-star true emperor. I don't even need to activate the formation. Lu Ming, you can't do it. Lure a few more experts over. How about this? Leave the fallen star bow to me and I'll lure them over." Dandan's eyes darted around. Without guessing, Lu Ming knew that Dandan was eyeing the fallen star bow. Chapter 2205. Lu Ming returned to a place 100 miles away from the castle. The moment he returned, he was discovered by the people of the evil god tribe. It's that human ant again. He's not dead. Damn it, those who chased after him earlier are most likely dead. Some of the evil god tribe members roared. Lu Ming stood in the air 100 miles away with a cold smile on his face. Then, he extended his middle finger and pointed downwards. This provocative action made the evil god tribe even more furious. Then, Lu Ming took out the fallen star bow and pulled the bowstring. Swoosh! A 7-colored bowstring shot towards a member of the evil god tribe. This member of the evil god tribe was a high-level true emperor. Lu Ming did not kill the void emperor. Killing a few more void emperors was useless to the overall situation. The arrow arrived in front of the high-level void emperor in the blink of an eye. The evil god tribe member roared angrily. A destructive light burst forth from his third eye and collided with the arrow. Boom! A dazzling light burst forth in the sky. The arrow shot by Lu Ming was destroyed. As expected, with his current cultivation, the arrow shot by him was ineffective against a true emperor, let alone a high-level true emperor. However, this action completely angered the high-level true emperor. However, Lu Ming could not be bothered. He shot a few more arrows consecutively, all aimed at the high-level true emperor. Of course, they could not hurt the other party, but they had completely angered him. Courting death. Kill this ant. In an instant, several members of the evil god tribe rushed towards Lu Ming. There were a total of 4 of them, all high-level true emperors. They were incomparably terrifying and their speed was astonishing. Lu Ming turned and ran. His 6-feathered divine wings flapped non-stop as he ran towards the place where Dandan had set up the formation. However, the evil god tribe members behind him were rapidly closing the distance between them and Lu Ming. They were all high-level true emperors. Their speed was too fast. Even if Lu Ming used his 6-feathered divine wings, it was useless. The distance between them was rapidly closing. Fortunately, it was only a distance of a few thousand miles and he could cover it in the blink of an eye. If he were any further, Lu Ming would really be caught up with. Even so, when Lu Ming arrived at the place where Dandan had set up the grand array, the other party had almost caught up to him. Lu Ming swooped down and flew along the ground. The other party followed suit and chased after Lu Ming with extreme speed. "Brat, die!" One of the members of the evil god race shot out a terrifying light from his eyes. A beam of destructive light shot towards Lu Ming. Danger! Lu Ming was shocked. This light of destruction was too terrifying. If he was hit by it, only death awaited him. As Lu Ming dashed forward, he turned around and drew his bow. An arrow flew towards the light of destruction, but it was destroyed by the light of destruction. The light of destruction did not stop and continued to blast towards Lu Ming. Could it be that I have to use the sword of the Celestial Emperor? A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Unless it was a last resort, Lu Ming did not want to use the energy of the Celestial Thearcha's physical body. This time, the Celestial Thearcha's physical body did not have much energy stored, only slightly more than 10%. Once he used it, it would be easy to exhaust the energy inside. Just then, the surrounding void lit up. A tortoise shell condensed and blocked the beam of light. Dong! The light of destruction struck the tortoise shell and let out a violent boom. The tortoise shell was not destroyed and blocked the light of destruction. "I've reached the grand array." Lu Ming was overjoyed. At this moment, Dandan's figure appeared in the sky. His body was filled with endless runes, communicating with heaven and earth. "Kill!" He let out a low bellow. On the ground and in space, endless runes appeared. Then, the runes condensed into many divine beasts. There were true dragons, phoenixes, cheilants, rocks, and so on. These divine beasts surrounded the 4 members of the evil god race. "Not good, we've fallen into a trap. Charge out." One of the members of the evil god race was shocked, knowing that they had fallen into a trap. "It's too late to leave now." Dandan sneered. "Roar!" The true dragon roared and twisted its body, pouncing toward one of the members of the evil god race. At the same time, the phoenix let out a long cry, the rocks spread their wings, and the cheilants stepped on the sky. All the divine beasts pounced toward the 4 members of the evil god race. The 4 members of the evil god race erupted with all their strength, trying their best to resist the attacks. That kind of aura shocked Lu Ming. So strong. They are at least 5-star true emperors, or even 6-star true emperors. Lu Ming clicked his tongue. Back in the ancient moon's sacred ground, Lu Ming had destroyed the Golden Crow race, Wan clan, Feng clan, and so on. At that time, he had controlled his physical body and felt the power of those high-level true emperors. For example, the patriarch of the Golden Crow race, the patriarch of the Wan clan, the palace master of the Phoenix Palace, and so on. The strength of these overlords was only so-so. However, the 4 members of the evil god race were no match for the various divine beasts. It was completely one-sided. Pooh! The arm of one of the members of the evil god race was torn off by the true dragon. Blood splattered everywhere. Next, the chest of another member of the evil god race was pierced by the phoenix's sharp claws. Next, the great rock flew over and decapitated him with its blade-like wings. The battle was one-sided. It didn't take long for the 4 members of the evil god race to be killed. Lu Ming was shocked. Dandan said that his formation could kill peak true emperors. It seemed like he wasn't just joking. 1 6-star true emperor and 3 5-star true emperors. Our harvest this time isn't bad. More than half of the enemy's peak experts are probably here. Dandan laughed. The enemy had more than 100 people, but there were only 6 or 7 high-level true emperors. 4 of them were killed in a short time. After all, it wasn't easy for a high-level true emperor to come here. As long as the enemy's high-level true emperors were eliminated, Dandan wouldn't need to fear the enemy anymore. Let's pack up and hide. The enemy will send someone to check on them after seeing that they haven't returned. Lu Ming suggested. Dandan nodded and cleaned up the corpses of the members of the evil god race. After cleaning up the scene, the two of them went to a valley not far away. Lu Ming took out a pile of origin stones and absorbed their energy to recover his saint power. Just now, he had been drawing his bow and shooting 7 or 8 arrows in a row. It had consumed a lot of his saint power. Not long after, Lu Ming's saint power was restored to its peak. However, no one from the evil god race came. The two of them were puzzled. Logically speaking, the evil god race should have sent someone to check on them after the powerful true emperors had left. But now, no one from the evil god race came. This was very strange. Could it be that they have broken through the gate and entered the castle? Lu Ming, let's go take a look together. Dandan said. Lu Ming nodded and the two of them flew toward the castle. But not long after, they heard intense battle cries. There was a fierce battle at the entrance of the castle. It's them. From afar, Lu Ming and Dandan saw that the ones attacking the evil god race were Blue Cloud, Yan Shi, and the others from the Heaven Realm. There were more people from the Heaven Realm, more than 200 people. Moreover, there were many more experts compared to the last time they gathered in the valley. There were even a few high-level true emperors, completely suppressing the evil god race. Damn it, these people actually took advantage of us. Dandan gritted his teeth. Chapter 2206. If they hadn't killed 4 high-level true emperors, the people from the Heaven Realm might not have been a match for the evil god tribe. But now, they had completely suppressed the other party. The people from the evil god tribe were killed one after another. The people from the evil god tribe roared, but it was useless in the end. A few high-level true emperors were also killed by the experts from the Heaven Realm. More than 100 people from the evil god tribe were all killed. Then, the experts from the Heaven Realm began to bombard the gate of the castle. Rumble. The gate of the castle kept exploding. The light that covered it flickered, but it was much dimmer than before. It seemed like it would be destroyed soon. Let's disguise ourselves and go over. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Dandan. Just what I want. Dandan nodded, a cold light flashing in his eyes. They didn't want to let others get away with it so easily, especially when Blue Cloud and Yan Shi were among them. Their appearances changed rapidly. Then, they changed their clothes and became completely different people. Then, the two of them flew toward the castle. Who's there? Someone noticed them and swept his gaze over them. We're on the same side, on the same side. Dandan hurriedly shouted. When everyone saw that they weren't from the evil god tribe, they were relieved. If they weren't from the evil god tribe, they were naturally from the Heaven Realm. Blue Cloud's gaze also swept over Lu Ming and Dandan. I thought it was Lu Ming and Dandan, but it turns out that it wasn't them. What a pity, otherwise, it would have crippled them this time. Blue Cloud muttered. This time, the Lan family had sent another expert, including high-level true emperors. He was full of confidence. As long as he met Lu Ming and Dandan, he would definitely make them regret it. At the thought of being beaten up so badly by Dandan, Blue Cloud went crazy with hatred. Blue Cloud didn't avoid it. Lu Ming and Dandan heard it clearly. Creak. Dandan gritted his teeth and rolled his eyes. Lu Ming knew that Dandan was definitely up to no good and was thinking about how to deal with Blue Cloud. Boom. Boom. At this moment, the gate of the castle began to shake violently. It's going to be blasted open. Put in more effort. Many people roared and attacked with even more vigor. Trash from the Heaven Realm, die. At this moment, a furious roar came from the distance. Streaks of purple light streaked across the sky and rushed over. They were people from the evil god race. Moreover, their numbers were extremely shocking, numbering over 100 people. They were all experts, and their bodies were covered with purple scales. Previously, Lu Ming had learned from Dandan. The evil god race also had different levels. The black-scale evil god tribe was the most ordinary evil god tribe. Their status was also the lowest, and their battle prowess was also relatively weak. As for the purple-scaled evil god tribe, they were the nobles of the evil god tribe. In a battle of the same level, their strength was far above the black-scale evil god tribe. Above the purple-scaled evil god tribe, there were the nobler evil god tribe. For example, the evil god tribe's royal family had even stronger battle prowess. They were almost invincible in a battle of the same level. However, their numbers were extremely small. The expressions of the people from the heaven realm changed. Quick, blast open the gate. Someone roared. Almost everyone attacked. Streaks of dazzling light bombarded the gate of the castle. Boom! With a loud explosion, the light of the gate of the castle was defeated, and the gate opened. Charge in! The people from the heaven realm rushed in one after another. Kill! Behind them, the evil god tribe also charged in. They chased closely behind the experts from the heaven realm and rushed in. Lu Ming and Dandan also followed the crowd and rushed in. The moment they rushed in, they didn't see the inside of the castle as they had imagined. Instead, they saw a vast stretch of hills that stretched as far as the eye could see. This was like a small world. After the castle, they actually came to a small world. Kill! Behind them, the evil god tribe charged in. The two groups of people fought fiercely. Lu Ming and Dandan were mixed in the crowd. They symbolically attacked and exchanged blows with two members of the evil god tribe. Lu Ming didn't even attack. He hid behind Dandan because if he attacked, many laws would be exposed. There were hundreds of people from both sides fighting each other. It was very tragic. From time to time, there would be experts killed, forever falling in this area. Lu Ming discovered that Blue Cloud and Yan Shi were accompanied by experts. They were very strong and were high-level true emperors. Clearly, the Lan family and Yan family were terrifying forces in the heaven realm. They even sent high-level true emperors. It was very dangerous for high-level true emperors to enter here. If they were unlucky, they would die. Those who were sent and had to be prepared to die. If they weren't strong and had a deep foundation, they wouldn't dare to do so. Swoosh! Swoosh! Just as the two sides were engaged in a fierce battle, several blood-red figures rushed over from the front at an extremely fast speed. That is, Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He saw that there were humanoid and beast-like figures among those blood-colored figures. After rushing over, they directly pounced on the people from the heaven realm and the evil god tribe. Roar! A huge blood-colored wave also pounced on Lu Ming. Dandan appeared and kicked the huge blood-colored wolf away. It's a puppet, Dandan said. At the same time, Lu Ming also saw that it was indeed a puppet. It was a strange puppet with an incomparably dense killing intent. Its entire body was blood-red and it even reeked of blood. Moreover, it didn't fear death and kept pouncing on the people from both sides. The experts from the heaven realm and the evil god tribe could only stop fighting and focus on dealing with these blood-colored puppets. Bang! 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 The blood-colored puppets exploded one after another. Not long after, the blood-colored puppets that charged over were finally mostly killed. However, the experts from the heaven realm and the evil god tribe also left behind dozens of corpses. Both sides gathered at one side and sized each other up. Their killing intent was cold. However, no one made a move for the time being. This was very likely a small world left behind by an unparalleled expert. There might be a great fortuitous encounter in it. The people from both sides had the same idea. They would search for the treasure first and obtain the fortuitous encounter. Then, they would kill the other party. Let's go. The first to move was the evil god tribe. They charged forward along the left side and disappeared among the hills. Then, the people from the heaven realm also moved. They charged forward along the right side. Lu Ming and Dandan followed in the middle of the crowd. Roar! Roar! Roars rang out from time to time. Some blood-colored puppets moved between these hills. The moment they saw living beings, they would pounce on them. However, they were all defeated by them. After advancing for a distance, they still didn't discover anything. Let's move forward separately. This way, our chances of obtaining fortuitous encounters will be higher. Blue Cloud was the first to speak. The others also nodded in agreement. Then, the people from the Heaven Realm split into groups and moved forward separately. Blue Cloud and Yen Shi led the experts from the Lan family and the Yen family to gather together and move in one direction. Both of their families had experts. There were high-level true emperors and low-level true emperors. They were very confident and didn't want to be with others. Let's follow them. Dandan whispered. Chapter 2207. The world behind the castle looked like a small world, with the castle's gate as its entrance. It was also very desolate inside, with not a single blade of grass growing. Moreover, there were some blood-colored puppets scattered around. Blue Cloud and Yen Shi led their clansmen and gathered together. There were about 20 of them, with many experts. Along the way, they killed many blood-colored puppets. At the same time, they also saw a few skeletons, but they were all from the evil god race. There were no treasures left behind. These guys are still thinking about dealing with us. Unforgivable. They even dared to target me. Behind them, Dandan ground his teeth, cold light flashing in his eyes. Lu Ming rubbed his nose, thinking, they were bullied so badly by you. It would be strange if you don't want to take revenge. However, Lu Ming also wanted to get rid of Blue Cloud and the others without anyone knowing. He knew that Dandan was thinking of a plan and immediately asked, "What's your idea?" "Let's lure the evil god race over and let them fight each other." "What do you think?" Dandan suggested. "Great minds think alike. Let's go, let's go." Lu Ming smiled. Then, the two heroes sneakily headed in the direction of the evil god race. The two of them completely concealed their auras and carefully avoided the blood-colored puppets. Not long after, they saw a group of evil god race members. "Evil god race members, die!" Dandan roared and rushed over. Even though he was very far away, he slapped out with his palms. Endless runes condensed into several sword lights, slashing toward the evil god race members. Pooh! Pooh! Two high-level void emperors and a one-star true emperor were killed by Dandan directly. Lu Ming took out the fallen star bow from afar and shot out 2 arrows, killing 2 void emperors of the evil god race. Heavenly Realm members, kill! The evil god race was enraged. There was a blood feud between the 2 races. Once they met, they would fight to the death. Now, Lu Ming and Dandan actually dared to take the initiative to kill their people. They were simply courting death. Instantly, a group of evil god race members charged toward Dandan and Lu Ming. "Run!" Dandan screamed and turned to run. Behind him, the 6-feathered divine wings appeared, and his speed was astonishing. As for Lu Ming, he had already put away his fallen star bow and used his 6-feathered divine wings to rush towards Blue Cloud and the others. Soon, they saw Blue Cloud and the others. "Blue Cloud, come and help us. Let's kill those evil god tribe bastards together." Lu Ming and Dandan both shouted and rushed towards Blue Cloud and the others. Blue Cloud and the others were carefully exploring when they suddenly heard a few loud shouts. Looking in the direction of the sound, Blue Cloud immediately wanted to curse. He saw Lu Ming and Dandan making a big fuss as they rushed over. Behind them, there was a group of evil god tribe members. There were over 20 of them. "All of you, scram!" Blue Cloud roared. Naturally, he did not recognize Lu Ming and Dandan because the 2 of them had disguised themselves. Lu Ming and Dandan did not seem to hear Blue Cloud and continued to make a big fuss as they rushed towards Blue Cloud and the others. When they rushed into Blue Cloud and the others, Dandan shouted, "Kill those bastards from the evil god tribe. You are the ones who will die." The members of the evil god race roared in rage and launched attacks at them. In their opinion, the people of the Heaven Realm were all in the same group. Immediately, two Lan family void emperors were killed by the evil god tribe. The Lan family and Yen family had no choice but to counterattack and fight with the evil god tribe. However, the Lan family and Yen family had indeed sent many experts. There was one high-level true emperor each, and they were all 6-star true emperors. They were very powerful. The evil god tribe only had one 6-star true emperor and two 5-star true emperors. They were suppressed in an instant. The battle between the two sides was abnormally fierce, and people were killed continuously. Lu Ming and Dandan flashed through the crowd with astonishing speed, dodging the attacks one after another. In the end, the Yen family and Lan family's top experts were stronger. A 6-star true emperor killed two 5-star true emperors of the evil god tribe. Then, he joined forces with another 6-star true emperor to kill the 6-star true emperor of the evil god tribe. In the end, the 6-star true emperor paid a heavy price and killed the evil god tribe's 6-star true emperor. With the death of the 6-star true emperor, the evil god tribe could no longer resist and scattered. The experts of the Lan family and Yen family caught up and killed them all. In this battle, the evil god tribe was wiped out, but the Lan family and Yen family were also heavily injured. More than 10 of them died in the battle, and a few were seriously injured. Even the 6-star true emperor was heavily injured by the evil god tribe's final counterattack. Blue Cloud and Yen Shi's expression darkened. They looked at Lu Ming and Dandan with murderous intent in their eyes. It was all Lu Ming and Dandan's fault. If they didn't bring the evil god tribe here, they wouldn't have suffered such a great loss. At this time, a figure flickered not far away. People from Celestial World rushed over after hearing the battle. Thank you for saving us. Otherwise, we would be in danger. People from Celestial World should help each other. Before Blue Cloud's group could speak, Dandan spoke first. With one sentence, he tied them together, making it difficult for Blue Cloud's group to flare up. Blue Cloud and Yen Shi felt their chests tighten and almost vomited blood. Dandan was the first to thank them and tied them to Celestial World. Two World City had a rule that people from Celestial World couldn't kill each other in the battlefield. They had to fight the enemy together. They really couldn't find a reason to deal with Lu Ming and Dandan. Moreover, there were other people here. The two of you, stay away from us. Blue Cloud gritted his teeth and said. Then, he asked people to keep the storage bracelet left behind by the evil god tribe and left. What a pity, what a pity. Dandan sighed. He felt it was a pity that the evil god tribe couldn't kill Blue Cloud's group. Lu Ming also felt it was a pity. Why don't we do it again? Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Dandan. Kid, you've become bad. But I like it. He. Dandan smiled. Immediately, the two of them sneakily followed behind Blue Cloud's group. This time, Blue Cloud's group was much more cautious and looked around. However, Lu Ming and Dandan's method of concealing their aura was too brilliant. They didn't notice them at all. After secretly observing for a while, the two of them rushed toward the evil god tribe again. After a while, the two of them shouted and rushed toward Blue Cloud's group. Nest, it's you guys again. Damn it, the moment Blue Cloud saw Lu Ming's group, he cursed. He was really angry. Then, Blue Cloud's group also turned and ran. This time, they didn't want to be taken advantage of. Nest, they actually ran away. Help! Dandan screamed miserably. Together with Lu Ming, they chased after Lan Yun and the rest at lightning speed. Get lost, Blue Cloud roared at the two of them. We're all from the Celestial Realm, but you guys are leaving us in the lurch. Lu Ming shouted. You guys are courting death. Don't drag us down with you. Blue Cloud bellowed. Help. Chapter 2208. Blue Cloud, Yen Shi, and the rest ran in front while Lu Ming and Dandan chased after them. Behind them were a bunch of evil god tribe experts. The three groups were very fast. In the blink of an eye, they had crossed a large mountain forest. The commotion here finally attracted the attention of others. A group of people flew over. It was the other people from the heaven realm. When they saw the evil god tribe, they charged over. When the evil god tribe saw that the number of heaven realm experts had increased, they didn't dare to chase after them anymore. They turned around and ran. What a pity. Dandan sighed. It was a pity that they didn't manage to kill Blue Cloud and the rest this time. You guys are courting death. At this moment, Blue Cloud was extremely furious. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he led his men and charged toward Lu Ming and Dandan. What are you guys trying to do? You want to attack your own people in this battlefield? Dandan shouted immediately. You guys have brought the evil god tribe members to charge at us time and time again. I suspect that you guys are doing it on purpose to frame us. Blue Cloud said coldly. Bullshit, I do have a grudge with the evil god tribe. When I see them, I don't want to let them go. Hence, I went to kill them. However, there are too many of them, so we can only run. I didn't expect to meet you guys twice. This means that we are fated. Dandan began to lie through her teeth, spouting nonsense. However, the other party couldn't refute this reason. Was it wrong to kill the evil god tribe? Was it wrong to run when they couldn't win? They just happened to run into Blue Cloud and the rest. They could only blame themselves for being unlucky. Blue Cloud, Yan Shi, and the rest were tongue-tied, unable to say a word. They were so angry that they were about to vomit blood. Their eyes were wide open, and they couldn't wait to tear Lu Ming and Dandan into pieces. However, with the other people from the heaven realm around, they couldn't do anything. Let's go. In the end, Blue Cloud and the rest were helpless. They could only bring their men and leave this place. Looks like this trick won't work. These guys have learned their lesson. Dandan muttered. After that, the two of them moved forward and began to search the area. Look, there's something strange over there. Suddenly, Lu Ming looked ahead. Over there, one could vaguely see an expanse of red light jumping about. It was abnormally bright, dyeing half the sky red like blood. Whoosh! Whoosh! Obviously, the others also noticed the abnormality and flew in that direction. Red light is everywhere. There are treasures here. Let's go. Dandan's eyes burned with passion, and the two of them flew towards that area. Streaks of rainbow light also flew over from other directions. This direction was where the experts of the heaven realm were searching. Hence, there were no experts from the evil god race rushing over. Up ahead, there was a towering mountain. On one side of the mountain, there was a cliff that was thousands of meters high. The red light was coming from the bottom of the cliff. Everyone flew to the bottom of the cliff and found that there was a pool there. The pool was not filled with water, but with a bright red liquid that looked like blood. In the pool, there was a figure sitting cross-legged. Her entire body was covered by the bright red liquid, but one could still vaguely see her appearance. It was a peerless beauty with an explosive figure. Mulans. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. He never thought that he would meet Mulans here. Mulans was cultivating or receiving some kind of inheritance. A small blood-red pagoda floated above her head, emitting a vast pressure. It was high and mighty, like the might of the heavens. Needless to say, this small pagoda was definitely a supreme treasure. Treasure, this is definitely a treasure. Many people's eyes burned with passion, flickering with greed. Dandan was the same. He almost drooled as he stared at the small pagoda. This is the treasure of a powerful existence. Dandan whispered, his eyes shining. She's my friend. Lu Ming hurriedly transmitted his voice to Dandan, causing Dandan's face to fall. However, Blue Cloud, Yan Shi, and the others could no longer hold back. This treasure is mine. Mine. One by one, figures rushed out and rushed towards Mulans, grabbing the small blood-red pagoda above her head. Damn it! Lu Ming shouted angrily. He wanted to help, but it was too late. Clang! Suddenly, a sword chime was heard. On the cliff behind the blood pool, there was a cave. The sword humming sound came from that cave. Then, a ray of sword light flew out from the cave at an astonishing speed. It was like a ray of light that was swimming around. Puff! Puff! A few of the weaker cultivators were directly cut in half by the sword light and died on the spot. The others were also blocked by the sword light. Whoosh! In the next moment, a figure appeared beside Mulan's, with a sparkling long sword floating above his head. Kenfei Ryu. Lu Ming was dumbfounded once again. The person who appeared beside Mulan's was a handsome young man with sword-like eyebrows. It was Kenfei Ryu, whom Lu Ming had not seen for many years. Back then, when Lu Ming was wandering in Nine Dragon City, Kenfei Ryu was severely injured by the geniuses of the Wang clan and the other clans, crippling his cultivation. Later, when he entered the blood pool, Kenfei Ryu was taken away by a mysterious person who seemed to be the remnant soul of a powerful expert. It had been many years since they parted. Lu Ming did not expect Kenfei Ryu to still be alive. Not only could he cultivate, but his cultivation had also reached an astonishing level. The few people he had killed earlier were all martial emperors. Treasure, another treasure. Dandan's eyes lit up as he looked at the long sword above Kenfei Ryu's head. Buzz! The long sword vibrated slightly and emitted a fluorescent light. A terrifying sword chi whizzed through the clouds. It was definitely a peerless sword. Most of the credit for Kenfei Ryu being able to block the attacks of so many experts was due to this sword. The others also stared at the long sword above Kenfei Ryu's head with fervent eyes. Brat, who are you? How dare you kill our people? People of the Heaven Realm cannot kill each other on the battlefield. You have committed a grave crime. Do you know that? Kneel down and surrender yourself. Blue Cloud shouted. I am not from the Two-World City. Kenfei Ryu said coldly. He continued, moreover, you were the ones who attacked me without any explanation. Didn't you see that my friend was accepting the inheritance? You killed someone and still want to quibble? Take him down. Blue Cloud shouted. His eyes were abnormally fiery as he looked at the long sword above Kenfei Ryu's head and the small pagoda above Mulan's head. This was definitely a rare treasure left behind by an ancient expert. Wait a minute. At this moment, Lu Ming shouted. Everyone stopped, and Lu Ming appeared in a flash. It's you. What do you want? When Blue Cloud saw Lu Ming, a hint of killing intent flashed across his eyes. Previously, Lu Ming and Dandan had brought the evil god tribe to their place and caused them to suffer heavy losses. He had always been thinking about it. Dandan quickly set up the formation. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Dandan first. Dandan nodded and started to sneak around. With every step he took, countless runes entered the ground. Chapter 2209. Lu Ming's words caused many people's eyes to flicker. However, some people, such as Blue Cloud, Yan Shi, and the others, were still burning with passion. What's too much? These treasures are obviously treasures left behind by peerless experts in ancient times. These two people are so young, how can they unleash the power of these treasures? I want to keep these treasures and hand them over to the experts of the Two-World City. Only in the hands of such experts can these treasures shine and be used to deal with the evil god tribe. Blue Cloud sneered and quibbled. What a joke. Since when did the experts of the Heaven Realm have to snatch the opportunities of the younger generation and use their treasures to deal with the evil god tribe? If that's the case, we will never be a match for the evil god tribe. Lu Ming replied with a sneer, full of mockery. This Blue Cloud was obviously greedy and wanted to snatch the treasures. However, he found such a dignified reason. What a joke. Hearing Lu Ming's words, some people looked ashamed and took a few steps back. They seemed to be hesitating whether they should attack or not. Mulan's and Kenfei Ryu were obviously from the human race. Attacking the human race and snatching their treasures in the ancient battlefield was obviously against the rules of the Two-World City. However, there were still some people that were clearly unreconciled. The greed in their eyes grew even stronger. Kid, no matter how glib your tongue is, it's useless. It's a waste to give such treasures to them. Today, I must take these treasures and give them to the experts of the Two Worlds City to use. Blue Cloud continued, not backing down at all. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. This Blue Cloud was really despicable and shameless. Blue Cloud, since you said so, then hand over all the treasures and resources on you. It's a waste to give them to trash like you. It's better to give them to the experts. Lu Ming sneered. What did you say? Blue Cloud's eyes flashed with killing intent. Lu Ming actually called him trash. I said you're a piece of trash, didn't you hear me? Hand over all your treasures and resources to me. It's a waste to give them to you anyway. Lu Ming added. Ha ha, what a joke. Does that mean you're very strong? Blue Cloud laughed loudly. He was a top genius of the Heaven Realm. Before he became an emperor, he was an Elysian son. Lu Ming actually called him trash. Brat, you're the one who provoked me first. If I don't break your limbs today, my name isn't Blue Cloud. Blue Cloud bellowed. If it's not called Blue Cloud, then it's called Green Cloud. The top of its head is green. Lu Ming was talking nonsense with him mainly to stall for time so that Dandan could set up the formation. At this moment, Dandan was silently shuttling through the crowd. One rune after another entered the ground. Brat, I'll cripple you. Blue Cloud was furious and pounced towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming displayed his 6-feathered divine wings. A pair of transparent wings appeared and in a flash, he dodged Blue Cloud's attack. Swoosh! Swoosh! Blue Cloud launched a storm-like attack. However, Lu Ming displayed his 6-feathered divine wings and his speed was too fast. He dodged all of Blue Cloud's attacks. Lu Ming didn't fight back. Naturally, he was stalling for time so that Dandan could set up the formation. In the blink of an eye, Blue Cloud launched hundreds of attacks, but he didn't touch Lu Ming at all. Many people were shocked. They didn't expect Lu Ming to be so powerful. Under Blue Cloud's storm-like attacks, he was completely fine. Didn't you say you're very strong? If you have the ability, fight me head-on. Blue Cloud roared. Lu Ming couldn't be bothered with him and continued to dodge with his movement technique. After dozens of moves, Blue Cloud still didn't touch Lu Ming at all. Blue Cloud, let me help you. At this moment, Yan Shi flashed out and attacked Lu Ming. Blue Cloud and Yan Shi were both 3-star illusionary emperors. Moreover, both of them were top geniuses of the Heaven Realm. They had mastered one of the strongest laws and had cultivated it to the 2nd realm. In addition, they had also mastered other laws. Their strength was extremely shocking. The two of them worked together and attacked Lu Ming from 2 directions. It wouldn't be so easy for Lu Ming to dodge completely. Boom! Blue Cloud was behind Lu Ming and blasted out a palm. This palm was as fast as lightning and as swift as thunder. Its power was astonishing. At the same time, Yan Shi also launched an attack. He slashed out layers of saber light, enveloping Lu Ming in 3 directions. In this way, Lu Ming had no way to dodge. Lu Ming, that's enough. At this moment, a voice entered Lu Ming's ears. It was Dandan's voice. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. Boom! At this moment, the aura on his body erupted. 7 types of laws shone with different lights and flickered on Lu Ming's body. A giant hammer appeared in Lu Ming's hand. This was his original divine ability, the Hammer of Chaos. Boom! 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 Lu Ming blasted out 4 times in a row, blasting in all directions. Immediately, Yan Shi's saber light that was slashing at Lu Ming shattered. His body shook violently and he retreated continuously. Boom! One of the hammers smashed into Lan Yun's palm, causing a huge boom to erupt. Blue Cloud's body also shook and he retreated continuously. It's you? The peerless trash of the primordial realm, you're Lu Ming. Blue Cloud roared. Lu Ming attacked with all his might, and 7 types of laws erupted. Blue Cloud immediately recognized Lu Ming. What? The peerless trash of the primordial realm? It's him. Many people at the scene reacted. Back then, when the prodigies who went to the primordial realm returned, they said that there was a peerless trash in the primordial realm. He had not become an emperor yet, but he had already mastered 2 types of supreme laws and many types of monarch laws. This matter had spread widely in the circle of prodigies in the heaven realm, and many people had heard of it. The one with the biggest reaction was Kenfei Ryu. His body shook, and he looked at Lu Ming with bright eyes. What shocked him was the name Lu Ming. Ha ha ha, it's me. Lu Ming laughed and revealed his true appearance. Seeing Lu Ming's true appearance, Kenfei Ryu's eyes suddenly lit up. He was a little shocked, a little surprised, and a little incredulous. He came to the heaven realm and became the disciple of a terrifying expert. His cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds over the years, and his standards were naturally much higher. He was far from what he was in the past. However, he did not expect that a friend he made in the eastern wilderness of the divine wilderness continent would come here. At the same time, his combat strength was also astonishing. This was really beyond his expectations. Brother Lu, let me help you. Kenfei Ryu shouted, and the long sword above his head buzzed continuously. No need, you protect senior sister Mulan's. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, you killed my Lan family's people. Today, you will pay the price. Attack. There's no need to talk about rules with such a person. Blue Cloud roared and called for the other members of the Lan family to attack. Immediately, the true emperors of the Lan family moved. They erupted with a terrifying aura and suppressed Lu Ming. Shameless guy, watch me. At this moment, Dandan shouted and waved his hands. Dense runes appeared on the ground. Chapter 22:10. Dandan made her move. She controlled the formation and condensed numerous chains, which shot toward the experts of the Lan and Yen families to bind them. The Void Emperors couldn't resist at all. They couldn't move no matter how hard they struggled. Blue Cloud and Yen Shi were also tied up. It's you. Damn it. Blue Cloud roared, his eyes turning red when he recognized Dandan. They struggled madly, but it was useless. They were bound tightly by the chains. Boom. Boom. The true emperor from the Lan clan tried to break free, but a low-level true emperor couldn't do much. The chains tightened around him. You want to win by numbers, huh? Let's see how you're going to win by numbers. Lu Ming stepped into the air and walked toward Lan Yun and the rest. Lu Ming, you dare touch me? Blue Cloud roared. You're still so arrogant, what a fool. Lu Ming arrived above Blue Cloud's head and stomped on Blue Cloud's face. Bang! Blue Cloud's face was solidly stomped by Lu Ming, leaving a footprint on it. Ah! Blue Cloud roared in anger. Last time, Dandan stomped on his face, causing his teeth to fly out. Now that he had recovered, Lu Ming stomped on his face again. He had always been a proud son of the heavens since he was young. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? But in just a few days, his face had been stomped on repeatedly. He wanted to vomit blood. What are you shouting for? It's so King unpleasant. Lu Ming disdainfully stomped on Blue Cloud's face again. This stomp caused Blue Cloud's face to swell and his teeth to fly out. Blue Cloud immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Some of it came from his teeth falling out, while the other part came from anger. He was so angry that he vomited blood. Everyone, this person is lawless and has no regard for the law. Let's attack together and take him down. Blue Cloud roared, summoning the other people from the heaven realm. However, the others looked at each other, and no one made a move. Lu Ming didn't kill anyone, and he didn't use too much force, so it wasn't considered a violation of the rules. Moreover, many of them were Blue Cloud's competitors. When they saw Blue Cloud being tortured, they couldn't be happier. Why would they stand up for him? At this moment, even Yen Shi shut her mouth and behaved herself. She was afraid that Lu Ming would target her. You still dare to shout? Come again. Lu Ming stepped on Blue Cloud's face again. Roar. Blue Cloud howled. Unfortunately, his entire body was chained up and he could only stand there, unable to move at all. He could only passively be stepped on. Kill this brat, hurry up and kill him. Blue Cloud roared. Boom. A 6-star true emperor from the Lan clan wasn't chained up. He was still resisting the chains. At this moment, the world energy in his body burned fiercely. The power of various laws rampaged and bombarded the chains. A 6-star true emperor was too strong. In order to break through to the true emperor realm, one had to have enough world energy and a stable minor world, but there were also requirements regarding laws. In order to break through, one needed to have 3 laws at the 2nd level. One could only imagine how terrifying a 6-star true emperor's laws would be. For a moment, Dandan's formation couldn't bind the opponent. It wasn't that Dandan's formation wasn't strong enough. If Dandan had an hour to set it up, not to mention a 6-star true emperor, even a peak true emperor would be trapped. However, he didn't have enough time. Blue Cloud's eyes lit up. Brat, you're finished. I'm going to cripple you and break all your limbs. Blue Cloud roared, hating Lu Ming to the bone. You talk too much. Lu Ming continued to stomp on Blue Cloud's face. Blue Cloud's face was about to explode. He didn't even recognize him anymore. Next, the fallen star bow appeared in Lu Ming's hand. He suddenly pulled on the fallen star bow, and a 7-colored arrow appeared. Buzz! Lu Ming loosened his grip and the bowstring vibrated, causing eardrums to ring. The 7-colored arrow suddenly flew toward the 6-star true emperor from the Lan clan. At such a close distance, the fallen star bow's power was at its peak. However, the 6-star true emperor was too strong. He roared and released sound waves from his mouth. These sound waves contained the power of various laws and rushed toward the 7-colored arrow. The arrow was blocked. It vibrated continuously in mid-air, creating sound waves. But in the end, the arrow still shattered. Lock for me. Dandan shouted and waved his hands. Runes filled the air and more chains appeared, wrapping around the 6-star true emperor from the Lan clan. In order to stop Lu Ming's arrow, the 6-star true emperor diverted some of his power and was almost bound by Dandan's chains. Once again, Lu Ming pulled the bowstring. The surging saint power continuously surged into the bow. Whoosh! Another arrow aimed for the forehead of the 6-star true emperor from the Lan clan. Lu Ming, I'll help you. On the other side, Kenfei Ryu shouted. He waved his hand and the sword above his head vibrated. It turned into a sword ray and slashed at the 6-star true emperor with frightening power. The 6-star true emperor of the Lan family roared and tried his best to resist. He waved his arms continuously, vibrating a terrifying force to resist the chains around him, as well as Lu Ming's arrows and flying sword gleams. Bang! Bang! An explosion sounded out as the arrow was destroyed. Jian Filiu's sword was also sent flying back to Jian Filiu's head. However, the 6-star true emperor from the Lan clan was distracted by Lu Ming and Jian Filiu's attacks. Finally, Dandan seized the opportunity and chained the 6-star true emperor from the Lan clan with countless chains. 1 chain, 2 chains, several chains coiled around the 6-star true emperor from the Lan clan, slowing him down. Blue Cloud's heart sank. However, at this moment, streaks of purple and red light shot towards them from afar. It was the experts of the evil god tribe. Clearly, the experts of the evil god tribe were also attracted by the red light emitted from Mulan's body. Lu Ming's expression changed. Kenfei Ryu's expression changed as well. In the blink of an eye, the people from the evil god tribe arrived. They immediately saw Mulan, who was sitting cross-legged in the pool, and their eyes burned with a fiery light. Take the treasure. We can't let the people of the heaven world get it. One of the evil god tribe members said. Immediately, the evil god tribe members rushed toward Mulan's. Damn it! Lu Ming roared. He pulled the fallen star bow and shot several arrows. Bang! Bang! Several evil god tribe members were killed by Lu Ming in the air. At the same time, Kenfei Ryu controlled the sword above his head to slash at the evil god tribe members. However, there was a terrifying expert among the evil god tribe. He punched and sent Kenfei Ryu's sword flying. Kenfei Ryu's face turned pale and he almost vomited blood. Chapter 22:11. Dandan also made a move, but he could not block it at all. Courting death. A member of the evil god race targeted Lu Ming and attacked Lu Ming. Ha ha ha. Serves you right. Blue Cloud laughed in his heart. Taking this opportunity, he began to struggle, wanting to break free from the shackles of the chains. Boom! The 6-star true emperor of the Lan family finally broke free and came to Blue Cloud's side to protect him. Attack together and kill the evil god race. The treasure must not be obtained by the evil god race. Dandan shouted, instigating the others to attack. Many people looked at each other and made a move. They had no choice but to face the evil god race. They were their common enemy. No matter who got the treasure, they could not let it fall into the hands of the evil god race. However, the people of the heaven world were too late. There were already experts of the evil god race approaching Mulan's. Kenfei Ryu was alone beside Mulan's. He could not stop the other party at all. It seems that I can only use the Celestial Emperor's physical body. Lu Ming thought. Just as he was about to use the Celestial Emperor's physical body, a layer of light suddenly spread out from the cave behind Mulan's and Kenfei Ryu, blocking in front of Mulan's and Kenfei Ryu. Boom! The experts of the evil god race rushed over and bombarded the light with terrifying attacks. However, the light did not move at all. Not even a ripple was produced. Master! Kenfei Ryu was overjoyed. Then, a figure walked out of the cave. It was an old man with a head of white hair. He wore a gray robe and had a cold expression. Others could not sense a trace of aura from him, nor did they know his cultivation level. He was like an ordinary person. However, when his gaze swept over, everyone's hair stood on end. There was a great sense of horror. Not good, let's go. A high-level true emperor of the evil god race revealed a look of horror. He roared and frantically retreated. Evil god race, kill. The gray-robed old man said coldly. The moment he spoke, many longswords automatically appeared in the air, shooting out rapidly. All the members of the evil god tribe were pierced through their foreheads. It didn't matter whether they were true emperors or void emperors, unable to withstand a single blow. In an instant, all the members of the evil god tribe, over 100 of them, died. Hiss, on the heaven realm side, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This old man was definitely a terrifying expert, at the very least a grand emperor. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to kill a high-level true emperor so easily. However, how did a great emperor realm expert come here? Could it be that the other party had been living here all along? However, one thing was certain, the other party was from the heaven realm. They were friends and not enemies. So it's this guy. He's actually still alive. Dandan came to Lu Ming's side and whispered. You know him? Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Bubble. Yes, we met once in the past. However, he's just a junior. When you see me, you have to respectfully call me senior. Dandan transmitted his voice to Lu Ming and began to boast again. However, Lu Ming was still very shocked. It was obvious that this was an expert from the same era as Dandan. He was an expert from the ancient era and had lived until now. Obviously, after the battle back then, he didn't die. Master. Kenfei Ryu bowed respectfully to the old man. The gray-robed old man nodded. Then, he swept his gaze across the people from the heaven realm and said in a cold voice, Leave this place. This is my place of cultivation. Yes, senior. Some people cupped their fists and didn't dare to say anything. They bowed to the old man and turned to leave. Master, the two of them are my friends. Kenfei Ryu pointed to Lu Ming and Dandan. They can stay. The gray-robed old man glanced at Dandan and Lu Ming, especially Dandan. Senior, can you let me take them away? Blue Cloud asked. He had broken free from the chains with the help of his subordinates. He knew that he couldn't get the treasure, but he didn't want to let go of Lu Ming and Dandan. He wanted to take Lu Ming and Dandan away. Scram. The gray-robed old man only replied with one word. Senior, this junior is the successor of the Lan clan. Please give me some face. Blue Cloud cupped his fists. Scram. This time, the old man's voice was even colder. A powerful force erupted along with the word scram and rushed toward Blue Cloud's group. The faces of Lan Yun and the rest changed drastically. Their bodies flew out and fell to the ground, each of them vomiting blood. Even a 6-star true emperor couldn't resist at all. Young master, go, go. The 6-star true emperor, Lan Yun, and the group left in a sorry state, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Ha ha ha, evil swordsman, long time no see. I didn't expect you to still be alive. After the people from the heaven realm left, Dandan laughed and walked over to greet the gray-robed elder. Jian Filiu was dumbfounded as he watched. The gray-robed old man coldly glanced at Dandan. So it's you, the coward. Good people don't live long while scourges live for 1,000 years. Hey, you, how can you say that? Dandan glared at the gray-robed old man. The gray-robed old man ignored Dandan and flashed into the cave. Ha ha ha. Lu Ming laughed. Brat, what are you laughing about? Dandan glared at Lu Ming. He was just bragging that the gray-robed old man was his junior. Now, he was being treated like this by the old man. Sigh, people's hearts are not what they used to be. Look at how weak I am now, and this attitude is so pitiful. Dandan sighed. Lu Ming. Long time no see. Kenfei Ryu came over and greeted Lu Ming. Indeed, it's been more than 10 years, almost 20 years. Lu Ming lamented that time had passed too quickly. It had been so long since they last met. Fortunately, Kenfei Ryu was fine and his cultivation had skyrocketed. It was truly hard to predict. Senior, you are, Jian Filiu looked at Dandan with a respectful look on his face. Since Dandan knew his master, he naturally treated Dandan as a senior expert. I'm the invincible. Dandan put his hands behind his back and began to brag. Lu Ming immediately interrupted him. He's just a scammer who brags all day. Ignore him. What? Lu Ming, what did you say? Dandan was unhappy. He gritted his teeth and looked at Lu Ming. By the way, brother Jian, what happened to you back then? Also, why is senior sister Mulan's here? What's her situation now? Lu Ming asked several questions in a row. He was indeed full of questions. Mulan's is your senior sister? Kenfei Ryu was surprised. That's right. She is my senior sister. Previously, there was an anomaly in the divine wilderness and a passageway appeared. 6 years ago, senior sister Mulan stepped into that passageway and never returned. Not long ago, I also stepped into that passageway and came here. Chapter 22:12. Lu Ming gave a brief account of how he came to this place. Jian Filiu also gave a brief account of his experience. Back then, Kenfei Ryu's cultivation was crippled and he was on the verge of death. After entering the blood pool, he was taken away by a mysterious person. That mysterious person was his master, the gray-robed elder from before, the evil sword master that Dandan had mentioned. According to Kenfei Ryu, at that time, the passageway to Nine Dragon City in the Divine Wilderness had already cracked open. Evil Sword Master brought Kenfei Ryu from the blood pool to cleanse his meridians and cleanse his marrows. Then, he cultivated Evil Sword Master's unique way of the sword. Evil Sword Master's unique way of the sword was very special. Back then, when Kenfei Ryu's cultivation was crippled, he happened to be compatible with Evil Sword Master's unique way of the sword. All these years, he had been cultivating with Evil Sword Master. His cultivation had improved rapidly and he was now a 2-star empty emperor. Lu Ming nodded. Evil Sword Master was definitely a very powerful existence. In the ancient past, he knew Dandan. Furthermore, he was able to participate in the great battle back then and survive in the end. Under the tutelage of such an expert and in such a good cultivation environment like the Heaven Realm, it was normal for Jian Filiu to improve rapidly. Senior Sister Mulan, what's wrong with her? Lu Ming looked at Mulan's again. 6 years ago, Master saved Mulan's at the passageway. Moreover, Miss Mulan's coincidentally resonated with the inheritance of a friend of Master's and inherited that senior's inheritance. In the blink of an eye, 5 years have passed. Kenfei Ryu said. 5 years? You're saying that Senior Mulan's has been like this for 5 years? Lu Ming asked. That's right. According to Master's prediction, Miss Mulan's should be waking up soon. Kenfei Ryu said. Lu Ming nodded. He was going to stay here and wait for Mulan's to wake up. After that, Lu Ming and Dandan stayed here. Time passed day by day. The Taiqing Heavenly Domain and Hunyuan Heavenly Domain were neighbors, and the passage between the two heavenly domains had long been turned into a battlefield. The two heavenly domains had fought for many years, and countless bones had been buried. On one side of the battlefield was the Taiqing Domain. Two World City was there, blocking the entrance to the Taiqing Domain. On the other side of the battlefield was the territory occupied by the Evil God Tribe. There were many strange and sinister-looking buildings here, and countless experts of the Evil God Tribe were gathered here. In one of the buildings, a group of people from the Evil God race were having a discussion. Among these members of the Evil God Tribe, most of them were covered in purple scales. Only a few of them were covered in black scales. All of them had extremely terrifying auras. They were all terrifying experts. The most shocking thing was that there was a member of the Evil God race at the very top. This member of the Evil God race had a body that was no different from an ordinary person. He was slightly taller than a human, about 2 meters tall. There were no scales on his body, but there was a third eye at the center of his brows. His head was full of purple hair, and he was extremely eye-catching. This was the royal member of the Evil God race. The ancestor has sent another message. That passage isn't completely sealed, and there's still hope of breaking it open. So, this time, no matter what, we must break open that passage. Once we have that passage, our army can directly reach the Yuan realm, and then through the Yuan realm, enter the Taiqing domain, and destroy the two heavenly domains in one fell swoop. All of you, send people to kill their way into that battlefield. The royal member of the Evil God race gave the order. Yes, at all costs. The numerous members of the Evil God race received the order. Soon, figure after figure flew into the battlefield, flying towards the ancient battlefield where Lu Ming and the others were. Among these people, there was no lack of Emperor realm figures. Heavenly emperors didn't dare to enter, because once they did, they would attract the attention of all the experts' imprints, and they would be hunted down by all the experts' imprints. They wouldn't rest until they were dead. Unless one's cultivation reached a certain level and wasn't weaker than those peerless experts of the past, they wouldn't need to fear those imprints, such as the few ancestors of the Evil God race. Time passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. During this period, Lu Ming cultivated while waiting for Mulan's to wake up. On this day, Lu Ming was cultivating. Suddenly, there was a flash of light in the cave, and a figure appeared. It was Evil Swordsman. In this half a month, Evil Swordsman hadn't appeared. According to Kenfei Ryu, his master had been severely injured in the ancient war, and it was lucky that he hadn't died. His cultivation and combat strength were no longer the same as before, and he had been in seclusion to heal his injuries. Why had he suddenly appeared now? Evil Swordsman looked up at the sky, seeming to have a lot on his mind. After a long while, he sighed. It seems that the passage hasn't completely collapsed, and it hasn't been completely sealed. It can still be opened. Passage? When Lu Ming heard that, he couldn't help but worry. He asked, Senior, the passage you're talking about, is it the one that leads to the Yuan realm? That's right, little guy. You must have come here from the Yuan realm through that passage. Evil Swordsman said. That's right, Senior. Could it be that the evil god tribe wants to enter the Yuan realm through that passage? Immediately, Lu Ming was worried, and his heart was in his throat. If the evil god tribe entered the Yuan realm through that passage, then the divine wilderness continent would be finished. It's not that easy. Look. Evil Swordsman waved his hand, and an image immediately appeared in midair. Figures shuttled through the air, and they were all from the evil god tribe. Suddenly, light filled the air, and a figure appeared. It was the mark of a peerless expert. Kill. When the mark of a peerless expert appeared, his killing intent surged. He held a long spear in his hand, and it pierced through the void, instantly killing 7 or 8 evil god tribe members. Then, the long spear swept through again, and a terrifying figure exploded in the air. That's a great emperor-level evil god tribe member. Lu Ming was shocked. The last evil god tribe member that was blown up was definitely a great emperor-level existence, but he still couldn't block the attack of the expert's mark. Spread out. The members of the evil god race howled as they fled in all directions. That supreme expert's imprint continued to pierce out with its spear, killing a few more evil god race experts. However, the other members of the evil god race all fled. This is just a corner. This time, many experts from the evil god tribe have entered, and there is no lack of great emperor-level figures. Their goal is that passage. Look again. Then, Evil Swordsman waved his hand again, and the image changed again. On the image, a void appeared. That void was extremely unstable, and cracks in space would appear from time to time. They would disappear in a flash, and it was very sinister and terrifying. Not far from that void, there were many figures standing in the air, and all of them were experts from the evil god tribe. Some of the evil god tribe members were bombarding that unstable void, and some of them were setting up a large array in the surroundings. Could this be the entrance of the passage from before? Lu Ming guessed. That's right. This is the entrance of the passage. A shocking battle happened there previously, and the passage exploded and collapsed. However, it wasn't completely sealed, and there is still hope of opening it. Evil Swordsman said. Senior, what exactly is going on? Why is there a passage here? Chapter 22:13. Lu Ming was full of doubts. Why was there a passageway that led to the divine region? Why was the divine region guarded by the 9-dragon cauldron and the 9-dragon veins? Why did the 9-dragon cauldron fly away previously? Lu Ming asked all these questions. Evil Sword Master pondered for a moment before saying, that passageway was naturally formed when the 2 worlds of the Tian Yuan realm first opened. Naturally formed? Lu Ming muttered. That's right. This kind of naturally formed passageway is completely different from man-made ones. It's very difficult to seal a naturally formed passageway. Even if it's sealed, it will slowly open on its own with the passage of time. It's like forcibly tearing a crack or opening a passageway in space. The space will quickly heal and repair itself. Naturally formed passageways are the opposite. If you want to seal it, it will naturally open and return to its original state. Evil Sword Master explained. Lu Ming understood now. Naturally formed passageways were naturally formed and would always be fixed, just like any piece of space. You had the ability to tear any piece of space, but that piece of space would quickly recover. Naturally formed passageways were the same. If you sealed them, they would naturally open up. That passageway leads to the Yuan realm. Therefore, in ancient times, it became an important place for the evil god tribe to attack. That's why there was a great war here, and many peerless experts died in battle. Later on, one of the top 10 battle beasts, the 9-dragon, entered the Yuan realm and sealed the other end of the passageway. In the heaven domain, there were also experts who sealed the passageway here. However, that passageway was naturally formed. No matter how it was sealed, it would slowly recover. Even if the person who sealed it was a rare peerless expert, it couldn't be sealed forever. After so many years, the seal finally couldn't completely seal the passageway. The passageway is slowly opening up. Evil Sword Master's words enlightened Lu Ming. Many things that he couldn't figure out in the past suddenly made sense. He finally understood what the 9-dragon cauldron and the 9-dragon veins were for. They were used by the 9-dragon to seal the passageway. He used to think that the divine 9-dragon cauldron just happened to have the same name as the 9 dragons. Now, it seemed that it was a treasure of the 9 dragons. More than 10 years ago, the passageway was slowly restored and could no longer be sealed. Therefore, the divine wilderness continent and the heavenly realm were connected, causing the origin chi to become denser. As for the reason why the divine 9-dragon cauldrons flew to the heavenly realms separately, it was probably because they wanted to stall for time. When the divine 9-dragon cauldrons arrived at the heavenly realm, they wanted to stop their auras from spreading and let the evil god race detect them. As expected, Evil Sword Artist continued, some time ago, the evil god tribe finally discovered the abnormality of this passage. The evil god tribe sent out a few terrifying experts, wanting to take over the passage completely. They fought a huge battle with the experts guarding the passage. In the end, the experts guarding the passage and the treasures left behind by the 9 dragons wanted to destroy the passage. Now, it seems like it wasn't completely destroyed. Senior, can that tunnel be completely destroyed? Lu Ming asked in surprise. No, it can only be destroyed temporarily. After a period of time, it will automatically recover. Otherwise, there would be no need to go through so much trouble to seal it back then. Evil Sword Artist shook his head and sighed. Then, what should we do now? Lu Ming was really anxious. This involved the safety of his parents, relatives, and friends. It was difficult for him to remain calm. This passage must not be taken over by the evil god tribe. Otherwise, everyone's efforts over the years will be in vain. Evil Sword Artist said. His voice was cold and filled with cold killing intent. Senior, we can pass the news to the Two-World City. The Two-World City will not sit by and do nothing. Lu Ming suggested. This not only concerned the primordial realm, but also the heavenly realm. Once the evil god tribe entered the primordial realm and entered the grand pure sky domain through the passageway, the heavenly realm would be completely finished. Those guys who came in previously all came from the Two-World City. Pass the news to them and let them pass the news to the people in the Two-World City. Evil Sword Artist nodded. Buzz. At this moment, a buzzing sound was heard. Mullins, who had been silent all this while, finally moved. The small pagoda above her head emitted a bright light. The blood in the blood pool wriggled and seeped into Mullins's body. Soon, the blood in the blood pool disappeared without a trace. A powerful aura emanated from Mullins's body. Quasi-Emperor. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Mullins's cultivation was at the Quasi-Emperor realm. The inheritance that she had received was definitely left behind by an extremely powerful existence. It was not as simple as a simple inheritance. Otherwise, Mullins would not have reached the Quasi-Emperor realm in just 5 to 6 years. This little girl is actually so compatible with that guy's inheritance. It's rare. Evil Sword Artist muttered. Dandon was envious. Buzz. The small blood-colored pagoda vibrated slightly and then shrank rapidly. It flew into Mullins's forehead and disappeared. Mullins slowly opened her eyes. A blood-red light flashed in her eyes and then disappeared. Her gaze swept across Lu Ming and the others. When her gaze fell on Lu Ming, her delicate body could not help but tremble. She was in disbelief. Am I hallucinating again? Mullins muttered. Her beautiful big eyes blinked hard a few times to confirm. Lu Ming smiled and said, Senior Sister Mullins, long time no see. Why, don't you recognize me? Lu Ming. Mullins whispered. She was pleasantly surprised and flew out of the small pool. Still in disbelief, she said, Junior brother Lu Ming, why are you here? Of course, I was worried about you and missed you. So I followed that passage to find you. The one who spoke was not Lu Ming but Dandan. Lu Ming touched his nose and was speechless. Mulans blushed. You two little guys, stop flirting. It's time to get down to business. Evil Swordsman said. Mulans blushed even more. However, her cultivation had increased tremendously and she had reached the Emperor-to-be realm. Furthermore, she had obtained the inheritance of a peerless expert. Her confidence had increased greatly and her original personality was completely revealed. She came to Lu Ming's side and stared at Lu Ming without blinking. She did not seem to want to look away. Hey, you're so mushy. Dandan cried out. Junior brother, what happened? Mulans ignored Dandan and asked Lu Ming. Lu Ming explained the passage briefly. After hearing it, Mulans's face turned pale. She understood the seriousness of the matter. Furthermore, her family was in the divine region. I'm going to the passage immediately. When the time comes, you guys will be in danger if you stay here. You guys should enter my small world first. Evil Swordsman said. Senior, I'll stay outside. I might be able to help. Lu Ming said. No matter what, he still had the physical body of the Heavenly Emperor. It might be useful at a critical moment. I'll stay outside too. Chapter 22:14. Alright, the two of you, enter the small world. Evil Sword Master waved his hand and sent Kenfei Ryu and Mulans into the small world. Then, a wave of energy swept up Lu Ming and Dandan. In a flash, they appeared outside the castle. Then, Evil Sword Master brought Lu Ming and the rest to find Lu Hao and the rest. Lu Ming realized that when Evil Sword Master walked in this area, the seals of the top experts did not attack him. Lu Ming guessed that perhaps Evil Sword Master's cultivation level was high enough, or perhaps he had some secret technique that allowed him to avoid the attacks of the seals. When they saw Evil Sword Master, Lu Hao and the rest were shocked and bowed respectfully. Lu Ming immediately told them about the passageway. What? Lu Hao and the rest were shocked when they heard it. They knew that this was a huge matter that concerned the fate of the Heaven region. Let's leave this place immediately and inform the seniors in Two World City. Lu Hao and the rest agreed. They did not dare to delay and rushed out of the battlefield. Evil Sword Master brought Lu Ming and Dandan towards the passageway. Not long after, they approached the passageway and hid in the sky, watching from afar. There were many members of the evil god race circling around the void, moving around continuously. Beams of light shot into the void one after another. There were also members of the evil god tribe who formed huge hands and wanted to tear the void apart to reopen the passageway. The evil god tribe is setting up an array. They want to use the power of the array to reopen the passageway. Evil Sword Master transmitted his voice to Lu Ming and Dandan. Senior, what should we do? Lu Ming also transmitted his voice. When the experts from Two World City arrive, we'll kill them. There's no other way now. However, the Heavenly Emperors will not dare to come. At most, they will be peak Great Emperors. Although I have not recovered from my injuries, I'm still confident in dealing with Great Emperors. Evil Sword Master said as a cold light flashed in his eyes. Hearing this, Lu Ming's heart calmed down. Next, they waited quietly. A day later. He's here. Evil Sword Guest suddenly said. In the distance, a few figures flashed over. They were very secretive. If not for Evil Sword Guest's warning, Lu Ming and the rest would not have noticed them. Evil Sword Master's lips moved slightly as if he was sending a telepathic message. In the next moment, those figures headed towards Lu Ming and the rest. There were a total of 3 people, 2 old men and 1 middle-aged man. Their bodies were bathed in blood, and it was clear that they had gone through a great battle. Although the 3 of them had completely restrained their auras, Lu Ming could still feel that these 3 people were absolutely terrifying experts. Senior. When the 3 of them arrived, they cupped their fists at Evil Sword Master. Why is it only the 3 of you? Why didn't the others come for such a big event? Evil Sword Master frowned. Sigh, the others can't come. An elder sighed. His hair was disheveled, and his entire body was covered in blood. It was clear that he had experienced a bitter battle. What happened? Evil Sword Master asked. Lu Ming and Dandan's hearts were in their mouths. They had a bad premonition. A day ago, the evil god tribe suddenly sent out a large army to attack Two World City. They surrounded the outside of Two World City. Now, there's still a bitter battle in Two World City. Most of the experts are pinned down. Originally, there were more than 10 of us. We broke out of the encirclement and wanted to stop the evil god tribe from opening the passageway. However, there was a battle on the way. When we entered this battlefield, we were attacked by the expert seals. Out of the 10 of us, only the 3 of us made it here. After the elder finished speaking, he let out a long sigh. The 10 of them who broke out of the encirclement were all experts. Unfortunately, in order to come here, they had lost so many people. It was definitely a huge loss. However, in order to stop the evil god tribe, they had no choice. In order to open the passageway, the evil god tribe had sent a large number of experts here. Their losses were definitely shocking. It seems that the evil god tribe is well prepared. They are afraid that the experts of Two World City will discover them and come to stop them. Evil Sword Master's gaze was even colder. Now, we have no choice but to kill our way in. At this moment, the passageway in front of them shone brightly. The evil god tribe seemed to have set up a large array and started to activate it. Endless light condensed into something that looked like a huge spiral drill. It faced the void and seemed to be drilling a new passageway at the original location of the passageway. Rumble. The space trembled and collapsed continuously, revealing a pitch-black cave. There's no time to lose. Attack. The 2 of you, stay here. Evil Sword Master glanced at Lu Ming and Dandan. In a flash, he charged toward the experts of the evil god tribe. Evil Sword Master's speed was shocking. In a few flashes, he was close to the evil god tribe. Enemy attack. There were too many experts of the evil god tribe. The moment Evil Sword Master got close, the other party discovered him. Someone shouted. Swoosh. Evil Sword Master attacked. A long sword appeared in his hand. With a slash, sword light shook the sky. A powerful evil god tribe member was directly split into 2 and his soul was obliterated. So strong. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. That evil god tribe member was definitely a great emperor, but he was instantly killed by Evil Sword Master. Although Evil Sword Master had yet to recover from his injuries, his combat strength was still terrifying. This guy was many times stronger than he is now when he was at his peak. In the heaven domain, he's a peerless expert. Of course, compared to me, there's still a gap. Dandan said, not forgetting to boast. Kill. Evil Sword Master shouted. A terrifying aura exploded, and the heavens and earth were filled with an indescribable pressure. Evil Sword Master wore a gray robe and looked very old. However, when he attacked, he had a domineering aura. Evil chi surged from his body, and his sword light seemed to split the heavens and earth. Poof. Poof. Several experts of the evil god tribe were killed by Evil Sword Master. Break. Evil Sword Master shouted. A sword light slashed above the void. The void was directly split open, and countless runes appeared there. Then, those runes exploded. This was the array that the evil god tribe had set up. Evil Sword Master had cut a section of it. At the same time, the drill that was condensed by the array exploded with a bang and disappeared from the place. Kill him. The experts of the evil god tribe shouted. Their auras exploded, shaking the heavens and earth. So many great emperors. Lu Ming was shocked. There were too many great emperors in the evil god tribe. Most of them were extremely terrifying. Their auras were far stronger than the Han family Great Emperor and Great Emperor Wu Xiang that Lu Ming had met before. Many of them were definitely high-level great emperors. Some were even peak great emperors. With so many great emperors joining forces, it was too terrifying. However, Evil Sword Master was even stronger. With a metal sword in his hand, he charged into the evil god tribe. With a slash of his sword, an expert was killed. With a slash of his sword, blood splattered everywhere. The 3 experts from Two World City also made their move. Chapter 22:15. The 3 from Two World City are all peak great emperors. However, there are many peak great emperors in the evil god tribe. They can only hold back a portion of the forces and won't be of much use. Evil Swordsman is the key. Dandan sent a message to Lu Ming. Although his cultivation was not as strong as it was in the ancient era, he was still able to judge one's cultivation based on their aura. Surround and kill them. The experts from the evil god tribe roared. There were at least 4 or 5 of them who were as strong as the 3 from Two World City. They surrounded Evil Swordsman. According to Dandan, they were all peak great emperors. Evil Swordsman's evil aura became denser as he fought with his opponents. Poof! After a few slashes, one of the peak great emperors was killed by Evil Swordsman. Although Evil Swordsman had not recovered from his injuries, his fighting strength was still terrifying. Kill! Evil Swordsman roared as his sword light soared into the sky. The sword light was thousands of miles long and extremely terrifying. As he slashed out, the void shattered. Many of the weaker evil god tribe members were swept into the sword light and turned into ashes. Heavenly Emperor. It's the Heavenly Emperor. How can the Heavenly Emperor come here? Many of the evil god tribe members roared in anger and disbelief. Too many peerless experts had died in the past in this region and left behind their imprints. Once they sensed a powerful expert, those imprints would appear and kill the enemy. Especially the Heavenly Emperor. Once he came to this region, the imprints of the experts would sense it and they would even leave their original location to attack and kill the Heavenly Emperor. In the past, there were Heavenly Emperors who had come here, but they had all died. Of course, the terrifying Heavenly Emperors were an exception. Their strength was not weaker than those peerless experts when they were alive. With such strength, they were not afraid even when those experts were alive. Why would they be afraid when they were dead? However, Evil Swordsman's fighting strength was not that of a peerless expert. He was only an ordinary Heavenly Emperor. How could he come here? Swoosh! Swoosh! Evil Swordsman slashed out continuously. Every time he slashed out, an evil god tribe member would die under his sword. At the same time, the void shattered and the array set up by the evil god tribe was destroyed. Heavenly Emperor weapons. Someone from the evil god tribe shouted. Wang! Wang! Several terrifying waves of energy spread out in succession. Then, a huge axe, a huge mountain, and a saber appeared in the sky. This was a Celestial Emperor weapon, a weapon controlled by the Celestial Emperor. Celestial Emperors themselves could not enter, but Celestial Emperors could bring their weapons in. When the Celestial Great Imperial weapons didn't awaken, those imprints couldn't be sensed. Besides, they were inanimate objects, so those imprints wouldn't have any reaction. Boom! 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 The 3 Celestial Emperor weapons were awakened and emitted a terrifying energy fluctuation. The energy of the heavenly way shot towards Evil Swordsman. If the Celestial Emperor armament is not controlled by the Celestial Emperor, how much power can it unleash? I'll show you the true power of a Celestial Arch weapon. Evil Sword Artist said coldly. The long sword in his hand let out a terrifying sword whistle. Clang! Sword cries filled the sky as several terrifying sword radiances shot out from Evil Sword Master's hands. Dong! 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 3 terrifying collisions rang out. The 3 heavenly emperor armaments of the evil god race trembled violently and were sent flying. The 3 evil god race experts controlling the heavenly emperor armaments coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. Their bodies cracked and in the end, they directly exploded. Without a doubt, the long sword in evil sword artist's hand was also a celestial emperor weapon. Under his control, it was extremely powerful. "You're courting death." At this moment, a roar could be heard from afar. An extremely terrifying aura was rushing towards them. Then, a huge demonic shadow appeared between heaven and earth. The demonic shadow was extremely huge, like a mountain. It stood between heaven and earth and was heading towards them. Old Ancestor. The evil god tribe members were overjoyed. "This is..." Lu Ming's eyes narrowed and he looked extremely solemn. When he had passed through the passage from the primordial realm, he had seen 4 huge demonic shadows fighting against the 9 divine 9-dragon cauldrons. This demonic shadow was extremely similar to one of the previous 4. Boom! The demonic shadow moved. It punched out and the void shattered. The huge fist was wrapped in void turbulence and headed towards Evil Sword Artist. At this moment, Evil Sword Artist's eyes were extremely solemn. The long sword in his hand vibrated continuously and his aura became stronger. Swoosh! In the end, Evil Sword Artist slashed out with his sword. A shocking sword light slashed towards the huge fist. When the sword light and the fist collided, there was an ear-piercing sound. Although they were still far away, Lu Ming felt a piercing pain in his eardrums. The blood in his body was boiling and he felt like his body was about to explode. Dandan also used his strength to resist. He was slightly better off than Lu Ming. Bam! Then, Evil Sword Artist's sword light shattered. The remaining strength of the fist blasted towards Evil Sword Artist, causing him to retreat frantically. Not good. Senior Evil Sword Artist is no match for him. Lu Ming's face turned ugly. That's the old ancestor of the evil god tribe. He's an unparalleled elite. However, he should be injured. His combat strength is far from his peak. Dandan said. Lu Ming knew that the old ancestor of the evil god tribe must have been injured when he fought with the divine 9-dragon cauldron and the huge true dragon in the sky. An ancient antique from the primordial era. Today, I'll send you on your way. The old ancestor of the evil god tribe spoke. His voice rumbled in the sky. His body started to shrink, and he became more than 3 meters tall. His speed increased greatly, and he instantly closed in on Evil Sword Artist. This was also a member of the evil god tribe with purple scales. He wasn't a member of the royal family, but a member of the evil god tribe. However, his cultivation had already reached a terrifying realm. His palm was like a knife as he slashed out a few times towards Evil Sword Artist. Evil Sword Artist fought with him, but he was no match for him. After a few moves, Evil Sword Artist trembled violently and was sent flying far away. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Although the old ancestor of the evil god tribe was also injured, his injuries were far less severe than Evil Sword Artist's. In the primordial era, Evil Sword Artist had almost died in battle. He was only left with a wisp of his soul. After so many years, he still hadn't recovered. His combat strength was too far from his peak. Kill. The old ancestor of the evil god tribe had the upper hand, and his attacks were even more violent. You're just a junior. I'll fight with you. Blood flowed from Evil Sword Artist's mouth, but his eyes were exceptionally bright. At this moment, a layer of light shone on his body, burning fiercely like a flame. At the same time, Evil Sword Artist's aura surged wildly. Evil Sword Artist is going to go all out. Dandan said as he watched with rapt attention. Clang! Evil Sword Artist slashed out with his sword. A sword light that was several times more terrifying than before slashed towards the old ancestor of the evil god tribe. The old ancestor of the evil god tribe had a serious look on his face. A battle axe appeared in his hand, and he charged towards Evil Sword Artist. Clang! Clang! The two experts let out a terrifying explosion as they fought fiercely. For a moment, it was difficult to determine the victor. The two of them charged into the sky and fought. Chapter 22:16. The intense battle continued, but the situation was getting worse for the heavenly domain. They had too few people. Dandan, can we only watch? Is there any way we can help? Lu Ming asked anxiously. Although he had the Heavenly Emperor's body, it only had about 10% of its energy. However, there were a lot of great emperors in the evil god tribe, and there was no lack of peak great emperors. In such a battle, the Heavenly Emperor's body was not very useful. He was afraid that if he controlled the Heavenly Emperor's body, its energy would be exhausted in a few moves. At that time, he could only wait for death. Our cultivation is too far away from theirs. We can't help at all. Dandan was also a little anxious. No matter how knowledgeable, resourceful, and crafty he was at his wits' end. Oh right. Suddenly, Lu Ming thought of something. His eyes lit up and he said, "Where is the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron? If there is the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron, we might be able to help." Lu Ming had refined 9 drops of 9 dragon blood essence and could control the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. As long as he could find the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron, with Lu Ming's current cultivation, once he controlled it, its power would definitely be amazing. Dandan's eyes also lit up and he said, "Let's look around nearby." Immediately, the two of them restrained their auras and avoided the battlefield, searching nearby. Lu Ming's mind was highly focused as he sensed carefully. However, they did not dare to get close to the battlefield and could only search in the surrounding area. After searching for more than half a circle, they did not find anything. The two of them were not discouraged and continued to search. When the two of them came to the back of the passageway, Lu Ming suddenly felt something. He felt that the blood in his body was a little hot, and his circulation was changing faster. There is really a feeling. Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he looked around. It was a messy pile of rocks, piled up everywhere in a mess. These rocks are not natural. They were shattered. Could it be that the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron was underground? Blasted into the ground? Dandan guessed. The two of them rushed into the pile of rocks. Lu Ming's feeling became stronger and stronger. "Let me." Dandan's entire body glowed as it transformed into its original form, a gigantic tortoise. "I'll dig." The giant tortoise began to dig at the ground with its 4 limbs. Immediately, gravel flew everywhere, and a large area of soil was lifted up. Not long after, a piece of metal was exposed. "It's really the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron." Lu Ming was overjoyed. This piece of metal was the material of the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. Lu Ming wouldn't be mistaken. Dandan also became excited and began to dig crazily. He used the power of laws, causing large amounts of soil to tremble and be sent flying. Lu Ming also helped. He converted the law of primal chaos into the law of earth to help excavate. Large chunks of soil loosened and flew out automatically. A Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron appeared, followed by a second, a third. Soon, 9 mountain-sized 9-dragon cauldrons appeared in their vision. The 9 dragon veins are gone. No, they are on top of the dragon cauldron. Lu Ming looked around and found something different about the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. The Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron originally had a true dragon pattern engraved on it, but now, there was an additional pattern on it. This pattern was very similar to the dragon veins, vivid and lifelike. However, the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron didn't seem to have any energy fluctuations. It was like a piece of scrap metal. Lu Ming hugged the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron, but there was no reaction from it at all. What's going on? Why is there no reaction? Lu Ming was puzzled. It should be that its energy has been exhausted. Even the energy of the dragon veins has been exhausted. Dandan said, frowning and deep in thought. One could imagine that the previous battle was definitely tragic. Even the energy of the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron and the 9 dragon veins had been exhausted. However, the results of the battle were also shocking. The passage was destroyed, and the evil god tribe's patriarch was seriously injured. Lu Ming, you have refined the blood essence of the 9 dragons. Try it with your blood. Dandan suddenly said. All right. Lu Ming nodded. Blood seeped out of his palm on its own. Lu Ming's figure flashed, and his palm continuously smacked the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron, leaving a bloody handprint on each of the 9 cauldrons. Awaken! Lu Ming roared. The muscles on his body bulged, and all the blood energy in his body started to circulate crazily. Roar! A dragon roar came from Lu Ming's body, reverberating through the sky. This was the sound of the 9 dragons. There's someone over there. The dragon roar traveled very far and finally alarmed the evil god tribe. A few ants. I'll go and kill him. An evil god tribe member walked toward Lu Ming's side at an astonishing speed. This was the arch-evil god tribe member. Lu Ming, hurry up. Dandan was anxious. Awaken! Lu Ming roared. His blood energy surged, and dragon roars rang out. Buzz! 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 The divine 9 dragon cauldron finally reacted. The bloody handprint that Lu Ming left on the cauldron glowed and was then absorbed by the divine 9 dragon cauldron. The divine 9 dragon cauldron started to vibrate, and its aura became stronger and stronger. The divine 9 dragon cauldron started to awaken. Awaken! Lu Ming continued to roar. Above his head, the phantom of 9 dragons appeared, causing the divine 9 dragon cauldron to vibrate even more violently. At this moment, the evil god tribes the arch had already arrived. Kill! The evil god tribes the arch shouted coldly. A beam of destructive light shot out from his forehead, enveloping Lu Ming and Dandan within it. It's over. I'm finished. Dandan screamed miserably. Rise! Lu Ming roared. With a wave of his hand, the divine 9 dragon cauldron rushed out from the ground, blocking in front of him. Clang! The evil god tribe's Thearka's destructive light struck the divine 9 dragon cauldron, causing it to vibrate violently. That beam of destructive light was blocked. Suppress! Following which, Lu Ming pushed out with a single hand. The divine 9 dragon cauldron enlarged once more and smashed towards the evil god tribe's arch. Ant-like thing dares to attack me? The evil god tribe's arch roared coldly. Another beam of light shot out from his forehead, blasting towards the divine 9 dragon cauldron. But this time around, a dragon roar rang out from the divine 9 dragon cauldron. Its might was even stronger. With a tremor, it shattered the destructive light of the evil god tribe's arch and continued to smash towards the evil god tribe's arch. The evil god tribe's Thearka's eyes narrowed. A battle axe appeared in his hand, and he chopped down at the divine 9 dragon cauldron. Clang! A deafening explosion rang out, reverberating through the skies. The divine 9 dragon cauldron was blocked. However, the evil god tribe's Thearka's body trembled violently. He couldn't help but retreat continuously, his face pale. What a strong might! Again! Lu Ming was overjoyed. With his current cultivation base, controlling the divine 9 dragon cauldron had indeed increased the might of the cauldron. However, perhaps this had something to do with the divine 9 dragon cauldron awakening earlier, causing its might to be even more shocking. Boom! The divine 9 dragon cauldron continued to smash towards the evil god tribe's arch. At the same time, the auras of the other divine 9 dragon cauldrons were also getting stronger. Buzz! Chapter 22:17. The 2 divine 9 dragon cauldrons resonated with each other, and their power multiplied. Boom! The first cauldron pressed down. The evil god tribe Great Emperor's body shook violently, and he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. The arm that held the battle axe cracked, and even the bones were broken. Boom! The second cauldron pressed down. The evil god tribe Great Emperor let out a miserable cry, and his body was torn into pieces. He had fallen. A Great Emperor, even though he should be a low-level Great Emperor, was killed by the continuous attacks of the 2 divine 9 dragon cauldrons. The divine 9 dragon cauldrons had awakened, and their power was terrifying. Damn it, go and kill them. In the distance, an evil god tribe member noticed this scene and immediately roared in anger. Swish! 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 At least 5 or 6 evil god tribe members charged towards Lu Ming and the others. Among them, there were even high-level great emperors. Come on, fully awaken. Lu Ming let out a long roar. Roar. Lu Ming's body glowed, and 9 dragons coiled around him. The 9 divine 9-dragon cauldrons vibrated, and dragon roars could be heard. The 9 dragon veins that coiled around the divine 9-dragon cauldrons seemed to have come to life. They emitted light, and they looked lifelike. Wang. 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 Next, the 9 divine 9-dragon cauldrons flew up and floated around Lu Ming and Dandan. One of them floated above their heads, and a ray of light shone down, enveloping the 2 of them. The other 8 floated around the 2 of them. At this moment, the evil god tribe members had also arrived. The 6 evil god tribe members were all great emperors, and there were even high-level great emperors. With so many great emperors joining forces, it was definitely terrifying. Kill! Lu Ming roared, and with a push of his hands, the 8 divine 9-dragon cauldrons flew out. They expanded continuously, filling the sky, and pressed down on the 6 evil god tribe members. Within the divine 9-dragon cauldrons, dragon roars could be heard. The 8 cauldrons were even bigger than the immemorial divine mountains, and they were filled with endless power. Bam! Bam! The divine 9-dragon cauldrons pressed down, and the low-level great emperor screamed in pain. His body exploded, and he died on the spot. As for the high-level great emperor, his body also cracked, and blood spurted out of his mouth. Wang! The 8 divine cauldrons trembled, and a terrifying energy burst out. The high-level evil god tribe great emperor's body exploded inch by inch, and he too died. The divine 9-dragon cauldrons contained. The divine 9-dragon cauldrons have awakened. Kill! Dandan was excited. Kill! He Lin shouted evil god. He controlled the divine 9-dragon cauldrons was. Evil was the evil ancestor. Evil sword artist had activated his origin energy, and his combat strength had increased tremendously. However, he could only fight to a draw with the evil god tribe patriarch. Although the 3 great emperors from 2 World City were peak great emperors, there were too many experts on the other side. At that moment, they were in a precarious situation. They were covered in blood and could die at any time. Right then, Lu Ming had arrived. Of the 9 cauldrons, 1 was used to protect him, while the other 8 were used to attack the evil god race. The 8 cauldrons covered the sky and covered the sun. A dragon vein appeared on each cauldron, emitting light as it roared toward the sky. The 8 cauldrons resonated with each other, and their power increased exponentially. Boom! Boom! The cauldrons pressed down, and the members of the evil god tribe exploded one by one. Those below the level of Great Emperor had no power to fight back. Even for Great Emperors, low-level Great Emperors below the level of 3-star Great Emperors, they couldn't fight back and were killed one after another. Even the high-level Great Emperors above 4 stars couldn't resist. They spurted out blood, and their bodies were on the verge of exploding. A single attack had killed many members of the evil god tribe. Dandan's eyes lit up as she exclaimed in delight. Kill him! The members of the evil god tribe roared. Some of the peak great emperors charged at Lu Ming and Dandan. Lu Ming controlled the divine 9-dragon cauldrons and attacked. Dong! 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 The divine 9-dragon cauldrons clashed with the peak great emperors. In an instant, they had exchanged dozens of blows. The peak great emperors were forced to retreat, spurting out blood. Cracks appeared on his body. The divine 9-dragon cauldrons seemed to have awakened. Even the peak great emperors couldn't resist. Kill! The 3 peak great emperors of the 2 world city seized the opportunity to kill one of the enemy's peak great emperors. At the same time, Lu Ming controlled the divine 9-dragon cauldrons and attacked. With Lu Ming's help, they had the upper hand. The experts of the evil god tribe were being hunted down. In just a few minutes, more than 200 members of the evil god tribe were killed. There were dozens of great emperors. This was a shocking result. If this happened in the primordial realm, it would scare people to death. Although this was the battlefield between the Taiching sky domain and the foreign races, and most of the experts of the two worlds were gathered here. There were many great emperors and heavenly emperors. However, it was rare for dozens of great emperors to die at once. The great emperors of the evil god tribe were scared. They retreated when they saw Lu Ming. Go and help senior evil sword guest. Lu Ming controlled the divine 9 dragon cauldrons and flew toward the battlefield of evil sword guest and the evil god tribe ancestor. Suppress! Lu Ming shouted. He pushed with both hands and the 8 divine 9 dragon cauldrons flew out and suppressed the evil god tribe ancestor. 2 ants, you are courting death. The evil god tribe ancestor roared. Lu Ming had killed so many experts of the evil god tribe just now. His killing intent was extremely strong. Rays of light burst out from his third eye. It was the light of destruction. However, the light of destruction of the evil god tribe ancestor was not just a ray of light. It could transform into 3-eyed demonic beasts that were as big as mountains. They pounced on Lu Ming and collided with the divine 9 dragon cauldrons. Boom! Boom! Terrifying vibrations resounded through the sky. The void was disintegrating continuously as if it was returning to chaos. The 8 cauldrons were sent flying back. Lu Ming felt a terrifying force pressing on him, almost causing his body to explode. Lu Ming retreated quickly. His face was pale and his blood was boiling. What a terrifying force. Lu Ming finally understood that the evil god tribe ancestor was too strong. He could not be mentioned in the same breath as the great emperor. They were worlds apart. Although the patriarch of the evil god tribe was seriously injured and was in a fierce battle with the evil swordsman, the destructive light that was emitted from his third eye was able to repel the 9 dragon cauldron and almost injure Lu Ming. Dandan, let's enter the cauldron. Lu Ming said to Dandan. Dandan nodded. Then, the two of them flew into the cauldron above their heads. In the cauldron, the protective power was stronger. External forces would be blocked by the cauldron. Then, Lu Ming controlled the divine 9 dragon cauldron and let it fly out to meet with the other 8 cauldrons. The combined power of the 9 cauldrons was even more terrifying. The divine 9 dragon cauldron spun and attacked the evil god tribe ancestor. Boom! This time, it finally destroyed the demonic beasts formed by the light of destruction and attacked the evil god tribe ancestor's body. Clang! Chapter 22:18. Evil swordsman's sword was stunning. It finally broke through the evil god tribe patriarch's attack and charged towards him. The cultivation method of the evil god tribe was not a system of laws. It was very similar to the immemorial system of the heaven domain. They cultivated a strange power that was very powerful. It was both offensive and defensive. At this moment it was slashed open by evil swordsman's sword light. A deep sword wound was left on the evil god tribe patriarch's body. Roar! The evil god tribe patriarch roared. A layer of purple light covered his body as he charged towards evil swordsman. At this moment, Lu Ming controlled the divine 9 dragon cauldron and charged over again. The divine 9 dragon cauldron resonated with each other and suppressed the evil god tribe patriarch together. The evil god tribe patriarch waved the weapon in his hand and attacked continuously. Boom! 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 The divine 9 dragon cauldron kept rumbling and was sent flying. However, evil swordsman's attack came again. The evil god tribe patriarch was already severely injured and his fighting strength was greatly reduced. Now that he was surrounded by Lu Ming and evil swordsmen, he was completely at a disadvantage. The rest of the evil god tribe were shocked. Even the evil god tribe patriarch was no match for them. Then how could they open the passage? As for the 3 experts from Two World City, they were overjoyed. Lu Ming could control the divine 9 dragon cauldron and unleash boundless fighting strength. It was a pleasant surprise. This gave them a chance to turn the tables. But at this moment, their faces changed drastically. Because in the distance, there were a few extremely terrifying auras that were spreading towards them. The few of them looked in one direction. There were 3 huge demonic figures that were heading towards them. The strength of their auras was not weaker than the evil god tribe patriarchs. The evil god tribe's peerless experts, and there are 3 of them at once. The 3 people from Two Worlds City were pale, and despair was written all over their faces. In the Heavenly Emperor realm, there was a huge gap between each level. The gap between each level was huge. Only Heavenly Emperors who were 4-star Heavenly Emperors and above could be called peerless experts. Such people already stood at the peak of the world. They were at the top of the pyramid of all living beings and were unbelievably powerful. The reason why this ancient battlefield was so terrifying was that a group of peerless experts had fought in the past. After many experts died, they left behind an inextinguishable mark that was extremely terrifying. The evil god tribe patriarch. It wasn't hard to imagine just how powerful a peerless powerhouse was. Now, there were 3 of them. Inside the divine 9-dragon cauldron, Lu Ming and Dandan could also sense the situation outside. At this moment, their faces changed drastically. "It's them!" Lu Ming roared. Back then, when he crossed over from the primordial realm, he saw 4 incomparably huge demonic figures of the evil god tribe fighting a fierce battle with the divine 9-dragon cauldron. Clearly, it was these 4 people. The ancestors are here. The members of the evil god tribe were wild with joy. For the sake of seizing this passageway, the evil god race could be said to have made ample preparations. First, they sent a large army to attack Two Worlds City, preventing the Heavenly Realm experts from diverting their attention to reinforce them. Then, they opened up this passageway. When the evil god race's army entered the primordial realm, the overall situation would be decided. Kill! In the distance, an ancestor of the evil god tribe roared. The void exploded unceasingly. The scene was extremely horrifying. Damn it! Evil sword artist roared. One ancestor of the evil god tribe was already hard enough to deal with, and now there were 3 more. He could sense that the ancestors of the evil god tribe were all injured. Their strength was not as strong as before, but it was still extremely shocking. The 3 demonic figures rushed over with extreme speed. Boom! But at this moment, the sky in the distance exploded violently. The void collapsed, and a huge hand stretched out from the dark void. The huge hand was incomparably huge, and it was filled with the might of the heavenly Tao. It blasted toward the 3 ancestors of the evil god tribe. Who is it? Imitating the ancestors of the evil god tribe, they roared and blasted out attacks toward the huge hand. Boom! That part of the void was directly smashed. It was as if the world had been destroyed and returned to chaos. Amidst the terrifying explosion, that huge hand exploded. But then, a figure appeared in that area. This figure was enveloped by divine light, and his appearance could not be seen clearly. One could only roughly feel that he was burly and filled with supreme majesty. Boom! That figure continued to attack. His hands continuously blasted out terrifying palm prints toward the 3 ancestors of the evil god tribe. It's a peerless expert of our heavenly realm. The 3 experts of Two Worlds City were ecstatic. Finally, a peerless expert of the heavenly realm had rushed over. The ancestors of the evil god tribe were injured in the end. At this moment, the 3 of them were suppressed by a peerless expert of the heavenly realm. The 3 of them were extremely indignant and roared. If they were at their peak, they would not be weaker than the other party. It was a pity that they were injured and their strength was greatly reduced. That was why they were so sullen. The 3 of them were suppressed by the other party. You go and kill them. Leave this person to the 2 of us. At this moment, an evil god tribe ancestor roared. The light on his body became brighter and brighter. 2 of the ancestors of the evil god tribe went all out. Ignoring their injuries, they forcefully raised their combat strength to the peak and charged toward the peerless expert of the heavenly realm. The 3 of them collided horribly and fought in the depths of the dark void. The remaining ancestor of the evil god tribe charged toward Lu Ming and the others. Ant, die. The ancestor of the evil god tribe roared and stretched out a palm. His palm was suffused with terrifying light as he grabbed toward Lu Ming. Even though they were very far away, a terrifying pressure pressed down on the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron, causing it to buzz and vibrate. Kill. Lu Ming controlled the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron and attacked the other party. Boom. Boom. The Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron collided with the other party's attack. It vibrated continuously and then was sent flying. Lu Ming and Dandan were hiding in a Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron. At this moment, they were also violently shaken. Their blood and chi were boiling. Swoosh. The ancestor of the evil god tribe charged over. His incomparably huge body started to shrink and eventually became the size of an ordinary person. This ancestor of the evil god tribe was not much different from a human. He had a head of purple hair and was incomparably handsome. The only difference was that there was a third eye at the center of his brows. This was a royal member of the evil god tribe. The royal member of the evil god tribe was too strong. Even though he was injured, his combat strength was still very terrifying. His entire body was enveloped by a layer of purple light. The third eye at the center of his brows lit up. 9 sparkling and resplendent battle swords flew out and slashed toward the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron. Clang! Clang! The battle swords continuously slashed on the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron. Sparks flew everywhere and the cauldron vibrated continuously. Lu Ming and Dandan were hiding in that cauldron and were surrounded by 8 other cauldrons. But even so, the terrifying power of the other party still surged in, causing Lu Ming to vomit large mouthfuls of blood. Dandan's cultivation was slightly higher, so it was slightly better. The situation was not good for Lu Ming and the others. If this continued, they would be killed by the other party even with the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron. The main thing was that the difference in cultivation was too great. If Lu Ming had the cultivation of a true emperor, the situation would be much better. Awaken, Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron. Chapter 22:19. In Lu Ming's body, his blood and chi surged like a river, and they were also like true dragons swimming around. Roar. Dragon roars rang out. The 9 dragon phantom around Lu Ming's body suddenly broke apart and rushed into Lu Ming's body. Then, 9 drops of blood essence flew out from Lu Ming's body. 9 dragon blood essence. Lu Ming didn't need to think to know that this was the 9 dragon blood essence. The 9 dragon blood essence that he had refined in his body actually flew out of his body. Suddenly, Lu Ming felt extremely weak. His physical strength was rapidly weakening. The 9 drops of 9 dragon blood essence shone and flew into the 9 divine Nine Dragon Cauldrons. Roar! Roar! At this moment, the 9 divine Nine Dragon Cauldrons let out a shocking dragon roar. At the same time, the 9 divine Nine Dragon Cauldrons actually started to merge. Such a change caused the expression of the evil god tribe's patriarch to change. He launched an even stronger attack. However, the divine 9 Dragon Cauldrons completed the merger amidst the tremors. The 9 cauldrons merged into one. Lu Ming and Dandan were still in the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldrons. When the 9 cauldrons merged into one, their power increased greatly. They were even larger than mountains, filling the sky and suppressing the other party. Dong! Dong! The other party's battle sword continuously slashed at the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldrons. However, when the 9 cauldrons merged into one, their power was indeed stronger. With a shake, the other party's battle sword shattered inch by inch. Kill! The Divine Nine Dragon Cauldrons didn't stop, attacking the other party. Boom! The other party's palm struck the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldrons. The cauldrons were fine, but the other party's body shook violently, and he was forced to retreat continuously. Kill! 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 Lu Ming's killing intent surged. He took the opportunity to control the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldrons and continuously attacked the other party. The attacks of the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldrons were barbaric and direct. There was no technique, just crushing the other party. Kill! Kill! Kill this bastard! Dandan made a fuss. Boom! The evil god tribe's patriarch was sent flying again. He retreated continuously, his purple hair fluttering in the wind, and his eyes filled with rage. Ants! The evil god tribe's patriarch roared. He could feel the cultivation bases of Lu Ming and Dandan in the divine nine-dragon cauldron. In his eyes, they were no different from ants. But now, he was being suppressed by 2 ants. This made him furious. Amidst his enraged bellows, the body of the evil god tribe's old ancestor started to expand rapidly. In the end, he surpassed the mountain peak and pierced into the clouds, becoming even bigger than the divine nine-dragon cauldron. At the same time, the light on his body became even brighter, and his aura continued to rise. Not good, this guy is going all out. He doesn't care about his injuries and raises his strength to the peak. Dandan exclaimed. Boom! At this moment, the aura of the evil god tribe's old ancestor reached its peak. A beam of light shot out from the third eye, transforming into a gigantic sword that slashed towards the nine-dragon cauldron. The divine nine-dragon cauldron also emitted a layer of light that blasted toward the other party. Dong! A terrifying tremor rang out. That region completely exploded. The earth split apart, and the space was smashed into smithereens. They appeared in the dark void and continued to fight. The evil god tribe's old ancestor slammed out with his palm blotting out the skies as it slammed into the divine nine-dragon cauldron. The divine nine-dragon cauldron shook violently again. Next, the evil god tribe's old ancestor unleashed a torrential barrage of attacks. At this moment, the evil god tribe's old ancestor ignored his injuries and raised his strength to the peak. It was truly shocking. This was a true peerless expert, a figure that reigned supreme in the universe. He was simply too strong. At this moment, even if the divine nine-dragon cauldron were to merge into one, it would still be difficult to defeat the other party. Roar! Roar! The divine nine-dragon cauldron was suppressed, but the dragon roars continued, and they were getting louder and louder. Finally, a true dragon appeared above the divine nine-dragon cauldron. No, it was 9 dragons. A 9 dragon with 9 dragon claws under its abdomen. 9 dragons appeared. At the start, they were still illusory, but they became more and more real. In the end, they became lifelike, as if they were real. It was as if 9 dragons had come back to life. Nestle, the 9 dragons have appeared. No, this is the combination of his blood essence and the imprint of the divine nine-dragon cauldron. It's not a physical body. Dandan shouted. Roar! The 9 dragons roared. Their eyes were as resplendent as the sun. Their dragon claws stepped on the air, pouncing toward the evil god tribe's old ancestor. 9 dragons. The evil god tribe's old ancestor shouted. Fear flashed across his eyes. Although he was the old ancestor of the evil god tribe, he was not someone who had survived from the ancient era. He was born later and had never seen the 9 dragons. However, he had heard of the rumors about the 9 dragons. The top 10 battle beasts of the heaven domain were all peak experts. They were extremely terrifying. Back then, countless experts of the evil god tribe had died in their hands. There were experts among his ancestors who had died in the hands of the top 10 battle beasts. When he saw the 9 dragons appear, he was instinctively frightened. However, he immediately reacted. This was not a physical body, not the real 9 dragons. What did he have to be afraid of? He roared and charged toward the 9 dragons, fighting with them. After all, the 9 dragons were just 9 drops of blood essence and the imprint of the divine nine-dragon cauldron. Their strength was far from their peak. On the other hand, the evil god tribe's old ancestor had already raised his strength to his peak. The two sides fought, and it was difficult to determine the victor. Lu Ming, it's more important to completely destroy that passageway. Don't fight with the other party. At this moment, Evil Swordsman's voice sounded. That's right. Lu Ming nodded secretly and sent a message to Evil Swordsman. Senior, how can I completely destroy that passageway? You control the 9 dragons and let them attack that passageway. Turn the space there into nothingness and return to chaos. In that case, it will take at least 100 years for the passageway to reappear. This will buy us some time. Evil swordsman said. All right. Lu Ming made up his mind and started to control the divine 9-dragon cauldron. Boom! The 9 dragons exchanged another blow with the other party. Then, they turned around and charged toward the original passageway. The divine 9-dragon cauldron was below the 9 dragons. Following the 9 dragons, it quickly moved toward the original passageway. You want to leave? Stay. The evil god tribe's old ancestor roared and chased after Lu Ming. Lu Ming controlled the divine 9-dragon cauldron and moved very quickly. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived at the original passageway. Roar! The 9 dragons roared and stomped their claws. A terrifying attack blasted toward that location. The space in that area kept exploding and turning into the tiniest particles. Back then, although the passageway had collapsed and exploded, it hadn't exploded completely. From time to time, cracks in space would appear. In that case, it was still possible to open it with some powerful means. However, if it collapsed completely, it would be difficult to open it in a short period of time. The evil god tribe's old ancestor naturally knew what Lu Ming was going to do. He was instantly enraged and charged toward Lu Ming. However, at this moment, a dragon's roar came from the depths of the sky. A huge real dragon appeared and clawed at the evil god tribe's old ancestor. It's the real dragon. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. When he had passed through the passageway and just arrived in the heaven realm, he had seen the divine 9-dragon cauldron and the 9 dragon veins fighting against the evil god tribe's old ancestor. Chapter 22:20. Previously, Lu Ming hadn't seen that true dragon and thought that it had already fallen. But now, it seemed that it hadn't. This true dragon was fighting with the evil god race's ancestor, making it impossible for him to come over. Lu Ming controlled the divine 9-dragon cauldron with all his might, allowing the 9 dragons to continuously bombard the space. Space kept exploding. Could this be the ancestral dragon? At this moment, Dandan looked at the incomparably huge true dragon in the sky, dumbfounded and incomparably shocked. Ancestral dragon? What is that? A senior? Lu Ming asked curiously. It was rare to see someone who could make Dandan so shocked. Lu Ming was very surprised. No, it's not the ancestral dragon. If it's really the ancestral dragon, he can kill this evil god race with just a breath. No, it's just a trace of his aura. Dandan didn't seem to have heard Lu Ming's words. He muttered to himself, still looking dazed. Lu Ming was shocked. How was it possible that he could kill this evil god race with just a breath? This evil god race was a peerless powerhouse, a heavenly emperor above 4 stars. Even a peak heavenly emperor wouldn't be able to kill him with just a breath. But a peak heavenly emperor already stood at the peak of this world. According to Lu Ming's understanding, a heavenly emperor was the limit of cultivation in this world, the true peak invincible. Could it be that there was an existence stronger than a peak heavenly emperor? Lu Ming thought that Dandan was bragging. He didn't think too much about it and controlled the 9 dragons with all his might, constantly bombarding the void. This was somewhat like kneading dough. If you didn't knead a ball of dough, there would be many cracks. Those balls of dough wouldn't completely fuse together. If you followed the cracks, you could separate the entire ball of dough. However, after continuous kneading and slapping, the dough would fuse together and those cracks would also disappear. Right now, this void, this passageway, was like this. It was like the dough before being kneaded. There were still cracks. The evil god race could follow these cracks and completely open the passageway. And Lu Ming's current bombardment was kneading the dough, wanting to completely fuse these spaces together and make the cracks disappear. Of course, this required astonishing strength. Even ordinary heavenly emperors would find it difficult to do so. At this moment, Lu Ming's 9 drops of 9 dragons' essence blood flew out, manifesting 9 dragons. Only with this kind of power could the passage completely collapse and the cracks disappear. The evil god race's old ancestor naturally knew what Lu Ming and the others were planning. However, one of them was blocked by the enormous true dragon, and was unable to break free from it. Dream on. The ancestor of the evil god tribe, who was fighting with evil sword artist, roared. The light on his body shone brightly. At this moment, he could no longer care about his injuries. He risked aggravating his injuries and unleashed all his strength. Boom! Evil Sword Master was sent flying with a single move. However, Evil Sword Master didn't retreat. He charged towards his opponent once again. He needed to give Lu Ming enough time. However, Evil Sword Artist was severely injured after all. He had almost died in the ancient war. Until now, his strength was far from fully recovered. He was no match for the evil god tribe patriarch and was sent flying again. Not good. Lu Ming was so anxious that he tried his best to control the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. Not only did the 9 dragons attack the void, but the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron also shone brightly as it blasted towards the void. That space continued to explode, heal, and then explode again. Quick, quick. Lu Ming was anxious because Evil Sword Artist couldn't hold on any longer. If this continued, Evil Sword Artist would definitely die. Once Evil Sword Artist died, Mulan's and Kenfei Ryu, who were in Evil Sword Artist's small world, would definitely die too. Lu Ming had to make the best use of his time. Roar! The 9 dragons roared and their bodies shone brightly. Beams of light shot out from the 9 dragons' bodies. It was extremely dazzling. Boom! Finally, the 9 dragons' bodies exploded. This explosion formed a terrifying energy. The space in this area was completely annihilated, turning into nothingness and chaos. No! The evil god tribe patriarch roared. Ha ha ha, great! Evil Sword Artist laughed. He no longer tried to stop the other party. In a flash, he charged towards the 3 experts from Two World City. With a wave of his energy, he lifted them up and flew into the distance. Lu Ming, that's enough. Let's go. Evil Sword Artist's voice rang in Lu Ming's ears. Lu Ming controlled the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron and flew towards Evil Sword Artist. They met up and headed in the same direction. The 2 old ancestors of the evil god tribe joined forces and rushed towards that gigantic true dragon. That gigantic true dragon was no match for them, and its gigantic body began to crumble apart. Eventually, the entire body of the true dragon exploded, turning into a drop of fresh blood. With a flash, it disappeared from the area. A drop of blood. The 2 evil god tribe patriarchs were shocked. Then, they arrived at the original passageway. That stretch of void was rapidly healing. After it healed, there was no space left. It was exactly the same as the other regions. The tunnel had completely collapsed. Damn it. Kill those ants. The purple-haired patriarch of the evil god tribe roared and chased after Lu Ming, evil swordsman, and the rest. The other evil god tribe patriarch and the other evil god tribe patriarchs chased after Evil Sword Artist. Lu Ming controlled the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron and flew with Evil Sword Artist. But at this moment, Lu Ming felt weak. Buzz! The divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron shook and shrunk rapidly. Lu Ming and Dandan flew out of the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. Then, the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron split into 9 and flew into Lu Ming's glabella. At the same time, 9 drops of blood flew out of the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron and entered Lu Ming's body. Whoosh! At this moment, a red light flashed in the distance. A drop of blood pierced through the void and flew into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. He did not understand what was going on. But at this moment, he felt weak. Let's go. Evil Sword Artist waved his hand and swept Lu Ming and Dandan away. But Evil Sword Artist had not recovered from his injuries. In order to stop the evil god tribe patriarch, he had worsened his injuries. Although he was fast, there was a limit to his speed. Behind them, 2 figures chased after them at an alarming speed. It was the 2 evil god tribe patriarchs. We're doomed. We're doomed. Dandan wailed. Now that evil sword artist was seriously injured and the divine nine-dragon cauldron had run out of energy, how were they going to deal with the two evil god tribe patriarchs? You cowardly tortoise. You're no different from before. Evil sword artist glanced at Dandan indifferently and said disdainfully. What did you say? You better show some respect. Do you know how to respect your juniors? You're my junior, do you understand? Dandan was pissed and glared at evil swordsman. Oh. Is that so? Then I can only keep you here first. Maybe I can delay them a little. Evil sword artist said indifferently. Dandan immediately withered. He forced a smile and looked at evil sword artist with a gentle face. Don't be like this. I was just joking with you. We're old friends. Calm down, calm down. Ha ha ha. At the side, Lu Ming despised him. The three experts from Two World City despised him too. Chapter 22-21. Evil swordsman didn't say anything else. He led the group and flew quickly. However, the two evil god tribe patriarchs were getting closer and closer. The distance between them was getting shorter and shorter. You will definitely die today. No, I won't let you die. I will extract your souls and make you suffer. One of the evil god tribe patriarchs said coldly. They were furious. They had finally found a passage to the primordial realm. As long as they could take it, they could send an army into the primordial realm. Then, it would be much easier to invade the Taiching sky domain. But now, everything was ruined. Even though that tunnel was an innate tunnel, and as time passed, that tunnel would automatically reveal itself and return to its original appearance, it would definitely take a long time for that to happen. Most importantly, their plan was ruined by a few juniors even though they were patriarchs. It was really embarrassing. Their killing intent was naturally strong. They kept closing the distance between them and Lu Ming. Dandan's face turned pale. Evil swordsman was very calm. He used his own energy to envelop Lu Ming and the others and flew quickly. Suddenly, evil swordsman stopped flying. Hey, why aren't you running? Dandan's face turned even paler. Wait for them. Evil swordsman said lightly. The others were confused. The two evil god tribe patriarchs were also stunned. They didn't understand why evil swordsman suddenly stopped. However, they didn't stop and continued to chase. When they were about to reach Lu Ming and the others, a bright light suddenly shone in the sky. Many figures appeared in the sky. There were humans and divine beasts among these figures. There were huge divine foxes, great rocks with wingspans that covered the sky, and kirans covered in scales. There were more than 10 figures. Kill. Kill all the foreign races. These figures were filled with killing intent. They looked at the two evil god tribe patriarchs and attacked them. Lu Ming, Dandan, and the others were dumbfounded. Obviously, these figures were the imprints left behind by the peerless experts who had died in the primordial era. However, he did not expect that there would be more than a dozen of them here. Evil sword artist's eyes dimmed as if he was reminiscing about the past. He sighed. Back then, more than 10 experts died here. It was extremely tragic. These experts were unwilling to accept it, and before they died, they left behind an inextinguishable mark. Everyone shivered inwardly, and then sighed. Just how many powerhouses were buried in the ground beneath their feet? It was no wonder that evil sword artist would run here. He knew that there were more than 10 experts' imprints gathered here. If the two ancestors of the evil god tribe were in their peak condition, these imprints would be useless against them. In fact, they wouldn't even be exposed. However, they are currently severely injured. Previously, they ignored their injuries and exerted their full strength, causing their battle prowess to be greatly reduced. These imprints will be of great use to them. Evil Sword Master said. That was indeed the case. At this moment, the two evil god tribe ancestors were besieged by the imprints of over 10 experts. For the time being, they couldn't charge out at all. Even though the battle prowess of these experts' imprints was far from what it was when they were alive, they were still extremely powerful. With more than a dozen of them working together, they completely surrounded the two evil god tribes' old ancestors. For the time being, it would be difficult for them to charge out. Let's go to the two-world city, Evil Sword Artist said. In a flash, he led Lu Ming and the rest towards the two-world city. Evil Sword Artist's speed was shocking. He seemed to be able to avoid the imprints of the experts and quickly left the ancient battlefield. The moment they left the ancient battlefield, they arrived at an even more vast region. This region was also a battlefield. There were potholes everywhere, and skeletons could be seen everywhere. The two worlds had fought on this battlefield for countless years. No one knew how many living beings had fallen on this battlefield. Evil Sword Artist's speed became even faster. In a flash, he had traveled thousands of miles. Soon, a huge city appeared in front of them. Even though Lu Ming had seen many majestic ancient cities, he still gasped when he saw this huge city. The walls of the huge city were made of various extremely tough metals. Countless runes were flowing on them. The walls were shockingly tall. They reached into the clouds. At a glance, it was at least 100,000 feet tall. One could vaguely see soldiers walking on the walls. The width of the city walls was even more shocking. Lu Ming couldn't see the ends of the walls at all. The two-world city was called the two-world city because it separated the two worlds. The two-world city completely separated the Taiqing Heaven Domain and the Hunyuan Heaven Domain, completely blocking the entrance to the Taiqing Heaven Domain. One could only imagine how wide the city walls were. A light barrier enveloped the outside of the city walls. It was a protective barrier formed by a great array. The two-world city was the reason why the Taiqing Heaven Domain hadn't been breached by the foreign races for so many years. It seems that the foreign races have retreated. One of the three experts from the two-world city spoke. His name was Song Tianlong. Countless foreign races had previously attacked the two-world city. Perhaps they had received news of the ancient battlefield and retreated. The group flew into the sky and reached the same height as the city walls. The soldiers on the city walls could already see them. I am Song Tianlong. Open the array and let us in. Song Tianlong said. Yes, Lord Song Tianlong. Open the array. A voice sounded from within the city walls. Soon, the light barrier outside the city walls squirmed, and a door that only allowed one person to pass through appeared. The group walked in separately. How spectacular! After entering the two-world city, they stood in the sky and gazed into the distance. Inside the walls of the two-world city was a boundless military camp, with various ancient structures soaring into the sky. Countless figures could be seen flying around the place. It was too spectacular. Everyone was injured earlier. I'll arrange accommodations for you. Follow me. Song Tianlong said. The group followed him and flew into the distance. Soon, they arrived at a huge palace. Song Tianlong quickly arranged accommodations for them. In a courtyard. Dandan, protect me. Lu Ming said to Dandan. He sat down cross-legged. Previously, the divine nine-dragon cauldron had flown into his forehead, and the 9 drops of blood had spread throughout his body. In addition, there was another drop of blood that had flown into his body. Lu Ming didn't have the time to take a closer look. First, Lu Ming checked his body. Previously, when the 9 drops of 9 dragons' blood essence flew out, he felt a sense of emptiness, and his physical strength was greatly weakened. However, not only had his physical strength recovered, but he was also full of energy. The injuries that he had suffered earlier had also completely healed. At the same time, he felt that the strength of his physical body was stronger than before. Could it be that the 9 drops of blood had flown into the divine 9-dragon cauldron and brought out some power, allowing my physical body to evolve and become stronger? Chapter 22:22. Lu Ming felt that his physical body was much stronger than before. With a slight movement, his muscles vibrated and a dragon's roar sounded. Lu Ming's blood seemed to have countless tiny 9 dragons jumping around. Lu Ming revealed a look of joy. This was a good thing. The stronger his physical body, the stronger his combat power, and the more vigorous his life force. Following that, Lu Ming's soul power sank into his sea of consciousness and observed the divine nine-dragon cauldron. The divine nine-dragon cauldron entered his sea of consciousness and floated there. The 9 cauldrons were dim and the patterns on them were dead silent, as if they had lost their spirituality. Lu Ming appeared in his sea of consciousness and observed carefully. In the end, he tried to activate the divine nine-dragon cauldron, but there was no reaction at all. The divine nine-dragon cauldron seemed to have lost its spirituality. It seems that the battle this time has greatly damaged the divine nine-dragon cauldron. It has no energy left and can't be awakened or controlled. Lu Ming speculated. At the same time, he felt that it was a pity. If he could control the divine nine-dragon cauldron, he would become a top expert in the heaven realm. Unfortunately, no matter how hard Lu Ming tried, he could not awaken the divine nine-dragon cauldron. There was no movement at all. Thinking about it, the divine nine-dragon cauldron had gone through 2 battles in a row. Back when Lu Ming came, the divine nine-dragon cauldron had brought the 9 dragon veins and fought with the 4 peerless experts of the evil god tribe at their peak. In the end, the 4 ancestors of the evil god tribe were seriously injured. It was definitely due to the divine nine-dragon cauldron. As for the divine nine-dragon cauldron itself, it was blasted into the ground and almost lost its spirituality. It was Lu Ming who activated it with the blood essence of the 9 dragons and revived it. However, after the battle, the 9 dragons appeared, but the 9 dragons self-destructed in the end. The damage to the divine nine-dragon cauldron was extremely serious. It was not difficult to understand why it ended up like this. Can I take it out? Lu Ming thought. After many attempts, he was finally able to summon the divine nine-dragon cauldron from his sea of consciousness. However, he could not unleash its power. It was like a useless cauldron. Forget it. Lu Ming shook his head. He planned to study the divine nine-dragon cauldron when he had the chance in the future. That's right, there was another drop of blood that flew into my body. Just what kind of creature's blood was that? Where was it? Lu Ming thought of that mysterious drop of blood. Lu Ming was a little worried when a mysterious drop of blood flew into his body. He carefully searched his entire body. However, there was no trace of that drop of blood on his body. No, there's something wrong with his heart. In the end, Lu Ming discovered an abnormality in his heart. His soul power sank into his heart, and he found a drop of blood. This drop of blood was sparkling and translucent. There was actually a tiny true dragon swimming within it. Is this the blood of a true dragon? Could it be that true dragon? Lu Ming thought of the true dragon that fought against the evil god tribe in the ancient battlefield. Lu Ming wondered if that true dragon was injured and a drop of blood flew out and entered his body. Lu Ming's soul power approached this drop of blood and tried to control it. Roar! Suddenly, a dragon roar came from the drop of blood. This dragon roar was filled with boundless might and also had a feeling of great desolate antiquity. It was as if it came from an existence that had passed through time countless years ago, bringing with it a thick aura of time. Roar! The dragon roar rang out endlessly. That drop of blood actually moved, turning into a true dragon that reared its head and roared. Its eyes were like 2 suns. Lu Ming was shocked because he discovered that the true dragon that this drop of blood turned into was exactly the same as the true dragon that fought against the evil god tribe. At this moment, this true dragon's gaze was not looking at Lu Ming's soul power but in another direction, in the direction of Lu Ming's spine, which was also the direction of his 3rd bloodline. Kill. At this moment, the 3rd bloodline seemed to have some kind of resonance. A deafening roar came from the 3rd bloodline. This roar was filled with boundless killing intent, almost shattering Lu Ming's soul. Kill. Kill. Roars filled with killing intent rang out. That drop of blood from the 3rd bloodline seemed to have turned into a sea of blood. Waves of blood surged and endless killing intent surged. What's going on? At this moment, Lu Ming discovered that things had exceeded his expectations. He could not control the 3rd bloodline at all, nor could he control that drop of true dragon's blood. Kill. In the sea of blood, the battle cries grew louder and louder. The boundless blood turned into a human face. Then, it turned into a beast face and kept changing. At this moment, the boundless power in the sea of blood seemed to want to rush out and destroy Lu Ming's soul, causing Lu Ming to sink into endless killing intent and turn into a killing puppet. No! Lu Ming roared. His soul shone as he guarded his heart. However, the power emitted by the sea of blood grew stronger and stronger, and the killing intent surged. Roar! At this moment, that drop of true dragon's blood turned into a true dragon and roared at the sky. It emitted an ancient dragon might as if it was fighting against the third bloodline. What's going on? Why is the bloodline suddenly going out of control? Could it be related to this drop of true dragon's blood? But why would the true dragon's blood cause the third bloodline to mutate? It seems that this true dragon's blood and the third bloodline are enemies. Thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. He guarded his heart and did not let the boundless killing intent in the third bloodline destroy him. Otherwise, he would really be reduced to a killing puppet forever. However, the power that emerged from the third bloodline was too strong, completely surpassing him. At this moment, outside, Dandan was curiously sizing up Lu Ming. He could not hear everything that was happening in Lu Ming's body, including that shocking dragon roar and terrifying battle cries. It seemed that only Lu Ming could hear it. The only abnormality was that Lu Ming's body was trembling constantly. His body was covered in a bloody light and his face was somewhat ferocious. What's wrong with this kid? Even a drop of ancestral dragon's blood shouldn't be like this, right? Dandan muttered to himself and walked around Lu Ming. He wanted to help Lu Ming but did not know how to do so. At this moment, Lu Ming's body had entered a critical stage. Lu Ming's soul power was shrouded in a layer of bloody aura. Boundless killing intent was constantly attacking Lu Ming's soul. Kill, kill, kill. Lu Ming's killing intent was getting stronger and stronger. It was as if he would only stop after slaughtering all living things in the world. Buzz. At this moment, there was another fluctuation coming from Lu Ming's spine. The prison-suppressing steel bloodline automatically emerged and became 10,000 feet tall, emitting endless light. Of course, all of this was Lu Ming's perception. The people outside could not see it. The words on the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline shone even brighter. Finally, 3 words appeared on the prison-suppressing steel and suppressed the third bloodline. Kill. The third bloodline surged with bloody waves and attacked the 3 words. Chapter 22-23. There were already 2 pieces of the suppressing hell steel. They emitted boundless light and contained boundless suppressive power as they pressed down on the sea of blood. In the sea of blood, the giant face kept changing into the faces of all kinds of living beings. At the same time, it kept roaring as if it was unwilling to give up. Roar. The true dragon formed by the drop of blood roared. It seemed to cooperate with the suppressing hell's steel bloodline to suppress the third bloodline. Gradually, the waves of blood in the third bloodline became smaller and the killing intent faded. Finally, it turned back into a drop of blood and hid in Lu Ming's spine. Then, the suppressing hell's steel bloodline's light disappeared and flew into Lu Ming's spine and disappeared. At this time, Lu Ming's body stopped trembling and the blood aura in his body disappeared. Roar. The true dragon formed by the drop of blood let out a loud roar and turned back into a drop of blood that rushed into Lu Ming's heart. Then, the drop of blood turned into tiny blood threads that swam through Lu Ming's blood vessels and seeped into Lu Ming's muscles and bones. Crack, crack, crack. Lu Ming's muscles began to wriggle and his bones vibrated. There was the sound of thunder and a dragon's roar. Lu Ming's physical body was being refined and strengthened. This feels great. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He could feel that his physical body was becoming stronger at a rapid speed. He could clearly feel the speed of his strengthening. After an unknown period of time, Lu Ming felt that his physical body had doubled. The drop of blood had also shrunk a little. It was only a little, about 1% smaller. At this time, the drop of blood no longer emitted blood threads. It calmed down and seemed to have become one with his heart. At this time, Lu Ming opened his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, he felt sticky all over. Those were the impurities that had been expelled from the depths of his body. With a thought, flames spread out from his body and burned the impurities clean. The strength of my physical body has doubled. My combat strength has also increased by a lot. A smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. He then saw a fair and tender face magnifying in front of Lu Ming's eyes. She scrutinized Lu Ming, looking left and right. "Dandan, what are you looking at?" Lu Ming curled his lips. "Kid, you have a lot of secrets on you." Dandan's eyes rolled around and became more and more curious. "By the way, I have a question. What blood is this?" Lu Ming's consciousness sank into his heart. With a thought, the drop of blood appeared on Lu Ming's fingertip. Dandan's eyes widened as she stared at the drop of blood. Could this be the blood of the true dragon from before? Lu Ming said. "Nonsense. Nonsense. Let me tell you, that true dragon from before was not a real true dragon. It was formed from this drop of blood." Dandan said. "What?" Lu Ming was shocked. The dragon that fought the evil god tribe's patriarch in the ancient battlefield was formed from this drop of blood. It was just a drop of blood, but it had such shocking strength? Surprised, right? Let me tell you, this isn't blood essence. It's just an ordinary drop of blood. If I'm not wrong, this should be an ordinary drop of blood from the ancestral dragon," Dandan said. His eyes were still staring at the drop of blood. Gradually, his eyes burned with greed. He couldn't wait to swallow the drop of blood. Lu Ming hurriedly kept the drop of blood and put it back into his heart. Ancestral dragon? What is the ancestral dragon? Lu Ming was even more curious because he had never heard of this name before. The ancestral dragon is a legend. Legend has it that it's the oldest dragon in the world, the ancestor of all dragons. It's the first true dragon in the Tian Yuan world. Dandan said leisurely. There seemed to be a hint of respect in his eyes. The ancestor of all dragons, the first true dragon. Lu Ming was also shocked. This was incredible. Could it be that the ancestral dragon is stronger than the 9 dragons? Lu Ming continued to ask. Nonsense. What are the 9 dragons? The 9 dragons are just a mutation of a true dragon. They are more talented than ordinary true dragons. That's why they have such achievements. However, compared to the ancestral dragon, they are nothing. Legend has it that the ancestral dragon is a truly invincible existence that transcends the heavenly Tao. In other words, even the heavenly Tao has to submit to him. How is this possible? The heavenly emperor controls the heavenly Tao and is the pinnacle of martial arts. He is on equal footing with the heavenly Tao. How can there be a living being that transcends the heavenly Tao? Lu Ming widened his eyes in disbelief. In his knowledge, the heavenly emperor was the limit. He was on equal footing with the heavenly Tao. There was no heavenly tribulation. He was immortal and lived as long as heaven and earth. However, there was actually a living being that transcended the heavenly Tao. This really broke his understanding. In the end, Lu Ming looked at Dandan and said suspiciously, "You aren't bluffing again, are you?" "Bluff your head. Who's bluffing you?" "Let me tell you, I was lucky enough to meet the ancestral dragon once, so I'm very familiar with his aura. I will never forget it in my life. The drop of blood you got is a drop of the ancestral dragon's blood. I guess it was left behind by the ancestral dragon to suppress that passage," Dandan said. "No way. In that case, the ancestral dragon has an enemy?" Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The ancestral dragon left a drop of blood to suppress that passage. Obviously, the ancestral dragon was on the heavenly realm's side. However, he only left a drop of blood and his real body was not there. This meant that the ancestral dragon had an enemy. If it was really as Dandan said, that the ancestral dragon was as powerful as the ancestral dragon, then the situation was really serious. Could it be that there was also such a terrifying existence on the side of the foreign races? Dandan also frowned, and his face was solemn. He said, obviously, there is also an existence of that level among the foreign races. Otherwise, the heavenly realm would not have fallen to this point. Once the ancestral dragon appeared, even the heavenly emperor would find it difficult to defeat him. Unfortunately, I have never seen an existence of that level. Lu Ming sighed. The war between the two realms was more tragic than he had imagined. With his cultivation, he could not get involved at all. The difference was too great. Then, he collected his thoughts and said, how did the ancestral dragon's blood appear on my body? Is it related to the 9 dragons' blood essence? That's most likely the case. Kid, you're really lucky. Even I'm envious of you. Although this drop of blood is just an ordinary drop of blood from the ancestral dragon, and it was greatly damaged in the previous battle, it's still extraordinary. If you can refine it, the benefits it will bring to you will absolutely be amazing. I'm so envious of you, kid. What do you have? Dandan's eyes turned red as he spoke. He was really envious. He paced around Lu Ming, wishing he could take a bite out of Lu Ming. Lu Ming felt his scalp go numb. He scolded, what are you looking at? Get lost. Oh right, how many days have we been back? Dandan licked his lips and said, it has been 10 days. 10 days? So fast. Lu Ming muttered. He felt that only a short while had passed. He did not expect it to be 10 days. I wonder how Senior Evil Sword Artist is doing. Chapter 22-24. Evil Swordsman's courtyard was near Lu Ming and the rest. Senior Mulan's. When Lu Ming walked into Evil Swordsman's courtyard, he saw Mulan's practicing a set of swordsmanship alone in the courtyard. Mulan stopped practicing when she saw Lu Ming. She smiled brightly and said, Lu Ming, have you recovered from your injuries? I went to see you 2 days ago, and you were still practicing. I've fully recovered. Lu Ming smiled and teased her. Senior sister, you've become prettier after so many years. Is that so? Mulan smiled brightly and sighed. It's a pity that some people don't know how to appreciate it. How can that be? Who doesn't know how to appreciate it? They must be blind. Lu Ming continued to smile, which made Mulan's smile even brighter. Oh right, where's Senior Evil Swordsman? How are his injuries? Lu Ming asked. You came at a bad time. Senior Evil Swordsman left yesterday with Kenfei Ryu and returned to the ancient battlefield. Mulan said. Left? Lu Ming was stunned. Senior Evil Swordsman said that he'd rather stay in the ancient battlefield. It's more carefree. Mulan said. Lu Ming nodded. Perhaps Evil Swordsman had many comrades in the ancient battlefield. Countless people had died in the war back then, and many of his friends were buried there. How could he not feel pain? Senior Evil Swordsman also said that although the passageway has been completely destroyed, it will probably reappear in 100 years. Mulan said with a frown. On the other side of the passageway was Yuan continent, where her family and friends were. 100 years. 100 years later, the foreign tribes won't be able to cross. Lu Ming opened his eyes, revealing his strong confidence. Oh right, senior sister, I'll be leaving soon. Come with us. Lu Ming said. Sure. Mulan's nodded. Now, she had obtained the inheritance of a peerless expert. Her cultivation was already at the peak of quasi-emperor. It was only a matter of time before she confirmed her Dao and became a martial emperor. Once one became an emperor, as long as one passed the heavenly emperor tribulation, one would have a long lifespan. So now, she would no longer run away. She wanted to grasp her own happiness. The two of them went back to Lu Ming's courtyard and found Dandan. Not long after, they found Song Tianlong and bid him farewell before flying towards the east of Two Realms City. In the ancient era, Dandan knew a person who had grasped many laws before becoming a martial emperor. That person had researched for his entire life. In his later years, he had made a major breakthrough. He might be able to help Lu Ming find a way to become a martial emperor. Now, they were going to that person's family to find that method. That clan was located in the southern part of the Grand Clarity Heaven Domain. The Grand Pure Sky Domain could be said to be the Heaven Domain with the widest territory in the Nine Heavens Domain in the Heaven Domain. Its size was not inferior to the Yuanlu. Two Realms City was at the westernmost part of the Grand Pure Sky Domain. Not long after, they flew out of the Two Realms City. What entered their eyes were vast mountains that towered into the clouds. There seemed to be no end to them. The origin chi in the Heaven Domain is indeed richer than the primordial realm. The laws are also clearer. Perhaps only the most powerful land in the 10 lands of the primordial realm, the Divine Fate Land, can compare. Lu Ming had many thoughts in his mind. Then, the three of them flew into the sky and flew into the distance. Dandan was very familiar with the Heaven Domain. They flew past mountains and there was a public teleportation area. They were going to take the teleportation array to the south of the Grand Pure Sky Domain. Half a month later, they had arrived at the south of the Grand Pure Sky Domain. They were flying in a remote area. At a glance, there was a boundless sea of bamboo. Whether it was the mountains or the plains, they were all covered with bamboo. There were all kinds of bamboo. Dandan, we've been looking for so many days. Did you lead us to the wrong place? Lu Ming asked. How is that possible? How could I lead you to the wrong place? The Gu family is in this area. They live in seclusion in a purple bamboo forest. If there are no major problems, they won't move. Dandan said. The three of them looked around, searching for the purple bamboo forest. Another half a day passed. Found it. Dandan shouted and flew forward. Lu Ming and Mulan followed behind. Soon, a sea of bamboo appeared in front of them. It was all purple bamboo. At a glance, it was a sea of purple. Even the leaves of the purple bamboo were purple. The bamboo poles were sparkling and translucent, as if they were carved out of purple jade. In the depths of the bamboo forest, they saw a very elegant palace dotted in the boundless purple sea. So many years have passed. They're still here. Let's go. Dandan smiled and flew toward the palace. However, they did not fly far before a few figures rushed out from the bamboo forest below and blocked them. There were a total of 3 people, a middle-aged man and 2 young men. They had one thing in common. They all wore jade crowns on their heads and wore snow-white robes. They looked very elegant. Gentlemen, this is the Gu family. May I know what business you have with the Gu family? The middle-aged man cupped his fists and said politely. We're here to look for someone, of course. Dandan said casually. Looking for someone? May I know who you're looking for? The middle-aged man asked. Gu Xingyue, Gu Xingxing, and the others are around. I'm here to look for them. Dandan said. His words caused the expressions of the 3 loners to change greatly, becoming somewhat unsightly. Little brother, the 2 people you're talking about are the patriarchs of the Gu family. Moreover, it's too disrespectful of you to call them by their names. The middle-aged man's eyes flashed with anger, but he suppressed it and said with some displeasure. What disrespect? They're just my juniors. If I don't call them by their names, what should I call them? Dandan pursed his lips. How dare you? I think you're here to pick a fight. Do you really think that the Gu family is easy to bully? One of the young men shouted angrily. At the same time, a long sword appeared in his hand, and sword chi soared into the sky. The middle-aged man's expression was also very ugly. How old did Dandan look? How dare he say that the 2 patriarchs of the Gu family were his juniors? He was obviously here to pick a fight and humiliate the Gu family. Nestle, I'll tell you the truth. These people are actually going to attack, Dandan shouted. Lu Ming was speechless. How can you talk like that? It would be strange if they weren't angry when you said that. At that moment, figures flew out from the depths of the bamboo forest. Obviously, the commotion here had alarmed the people of the Gu family. There were dozens of people in total. Some were old, and some were young, but they all had one thing in common. They were all dressed in snow-white robes regardless of gender. They looked very elegant. "What's going on?" an old man with a fluttering white beard asked. Before the people of the Gu family could answer, Dandan shouted first, "Get Gu Xingxing and Gu Xingyue to come out and see me. An old friend is here to see them." "How dare you? How dare you insult the ancestors of the Gu family?" Immediately, the people of the Gu family were enraged and roared. "What? Ancestors, are Gu Xingyue and Gu Xingxing dead? That can't be." Chapter 22-25. Lu Ming was speechless. How could this guy say anything? Sure enough, the Gu family's members were enraged. Even the old men were enraged, emitting terrifying auras. "Oh, Emperor, we're in big trouble this time because of Dandan." Lu Ming sensed that two of them were emitting Emperor auras. "Hey, what are you doing? The Gu family is known as the family of gentlemen. Every one of you calls yourself a gentleman. Are you trying to bully the weak with numbers?" Dandan shouted. That shout caused the eyes of the Gu clan's elders and middle-aged men to flicker, and they all retracted their auras. However, the flames of fury in their eyes were still burning. "How dare you insult our Gu family's ancestor? You must be taught a lesson. Otherwise, you'll think that our Gu family is easy to bully. Our Gu family won't bully the weak with numbers. Today, let me challenge you." A cold voice sounded, and then a young man stepped out. This young man wore a jade crown on his head and wore a long robe. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, looking extremely handsome. Seeing this young man walking out, the Gu family's members didn't stop him. Instead, they were confident in this young man. "His cultivation is too weak. I'm not interested. Lu Ming, I'll leave him to you." Dandan waved his hand, showing no interest. This made the young man in white even angrier. "I'm Guingzhong. Who wants to enlighten me?" The young man in white suppressed his anger and cupped his fists. The members of the Gu family are all gentlemen. Lu Ming thought. On the way here, he had heard Dandan mention this Gu family. According to Dandan, the Gu family was a bunch of stubborn blockheads who didn't know how to be flexible. Now that he looked at it, it was indeed so. However, Dandan had a good relationship with the Gu family in the past. "I'm Lu Ming, please." Lu Ming stepped out and cupped his fists. "Be careful," Guingzhong warned. Then, a sword chime sounded and a long sword appeared in Guingzhong's hand. A brilliant sword ray slashed at Lu Ming. 3-star illusionary emperor. The moment Guingzhong made a move, Lu Ming saw through Guingzhong's cultivation. Boom! Lu Ming made his move. He was very direct as he struck out with his palm. He did not use any precepts in this attack. It was purely an explosion of his physical body and saint energy. Boom! Lu Ming's palm slammed into his opponent's sword light. The sword light trembled unceasingly, and the sword whistled unceasingly. In the end, the sword light collapsed, and Lu Ming's figure retreated dozens of meters. What a powerful fleshly body. Are you an ancient body cultivator? No, your power is holy power. You haven't become an emperor yet. At first, Guing thought that Lu Ming was an archaic body cultivator, but then he realized that Lu Ming was using saint power. Once he became an emperor, his saint energy would transform into world energy. However, Lu Ming was still using saint energy, which meant that Lu Ming had not become an emperor yet. This greatly shocked Guing. The rest of the Gu family were also shocked. He had not become an emperor yet, but he could take Gu Ying's attack. This kind of strength was shocking enough. After all, Guing was the #1 genius of the Gu family. He was a rare figure in the Gu family. Use your full strength. You can't win against me like this, Lu Ming said. He knew that Guing had not used his full strength at all. Just now, it was just a probing attack. You haven't become an emperor yet. Although your combat strength is amazing, you're no match for me. Gu Ying spoke again, full of confidence. I haven't fought with my full strength. How do you know? Lu Ming was also very confident. In that case, let's fight. Gu Ying revealed his fighting spirit. His long sword vibrated, and the sword whistled unceasingly. The power of precepts burst out, causing Gu Ying's sword chi to become even more shocking. Two types of precepts. One is the strongest precepts, and the other is the kingly precepts. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Swoosh. Gu Ying moved again. He became one with his sword, turned into a sword light, and charged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming grasped the void, and the sword of death condensed. At the same time, a long river of precepts appeared on his body. This time, it really shocked the Gu family. Oh my god, what did I just see? 4 types of precepts, he has mastered 4 types of precepts. He hasn't become an emperor yet, how can he master 4 types of precepts? Legend has it that my Gu family has an ancestor who was extremely talented. Before he became an emperor, he also mastered many types of precepts. There was a heated discussion among the Gu family. Gu Ying's eyes flickered, but his sword light did not stop, and he continued to attack Lu Ming. Whoosh! Lu Ming waved the sword of death and faced it head-on. Boom! The two collided, and an astonishing collision broke out. Sword chi wantonly, and many Gu family members were forced to retreat. After the two collided, their bodies shook and they retreated dozens of meters. The difference was that Lu Ming retreated a shorter distance. Second realm of the strongest law, this person is not weaker than Blue Cloud, Yan Shi, and the others. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Gu Ying had 2 types of precepts, and his strongest one had already reached the second realm. Moreover, his cultivation was a 3-star illusionary emperor. There was no doubt that he was a top-notch sky pride. If it was before, Lu Ming's sword of death only contained 4 types of precepts, and he would not be a match for such a sky pride. However, Lu Ming's physical body was twice as strong as before because of the condensation of the ancestral dragon's blood. This also made Lu Ming's combat strength stronger. Therefore, Lu Ming only had to use 4 types of precepts to gain the upper hand now. Again. The battle intent in Gu Ying's eyes grew stronger, and his aura suddenly strengthened. 3 types of precepts. Lu Ming's eyes moved slightly, and a 3rd type of precepts appeared on Gu Ying's body. This was a type of precepts of the monarch Dao, and it seemed to have reached the second realm. This was a sky pride who was stronger than Blue Cloud, Yan Shi, and the others. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sword light pierced through the air and charged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming held the sword of death and charged towards his opponent. Clang! Clang! The two collided continuously in the air, and sword chi overflowed and the sword whistled for thousands of miles. Fortunately, the people of the Gu family took action. A layer of light screen blocked the purple bamboo forest below. Otherwise, the purple bamboo forest within thousands of miles would be destroyed by the sword chi. Both of them were very fast, and in the blink of an eye, they had exchanged hundreds of blows. Roar! The more they fought, the faster the blood chi in Lu Ming's body circulated. There was a dragon's roar in his body, and a layer of dragon scales appeared on the surface of his skin. Lu Ming was also stunned. Back then, when his cultivation was still weak, dragon scales would appear on the surface of his skin because of the 9 dragons' bloodline. However, as his cultivation increased, he could already control the 9 dragons' bloodline as he wished, and dragon scales no longer appeared on his surface. But now, when he circulated his body to the extreme, a layer of dragon scales appeared on the surface of his body. Perhaps this has something to do with the ancestral dragon's blood. Lu Ming thought of the ancestral dragon's blood. Chapter 22-26. Lu Ming became more and more courageous as the battle went on. Even though Gu Ying had used 3 types of laws, 2 of which were at the second realm, they were still blocked by Lu Ming. It was difficult for him to do anything to Lu Ming. Clang! Suddenly, Gu Ying's long sword buzzed, and the sword light became even brighter. This is the fourth level of law. This time, even Lu Ming was shocked. Gu Ying had actually mastered the fourth type of law, which was also a kind of king law. But fortunately, it was not at the second realm, but only at the first realm. But this was no small matter. A 3-star illusionary emperor, and at such a young age, had already mastered 4 types of laws. One of the strongest types of law, 3 of the king laws. And among them, the strongest type of law and one of the king laws had reached the second realm, and the other 2 king laws were also at the first realm of perfection. This kind of talent was amazing. For example, Blue Cloud and Yan Shi, who were known as the top geniuses of the heaven domain, were about the same age as Gu Ying, but they had only mastered 2 types of laws. I didn't expect that the Gu family would produce another top genius. Dandan whispered, and his eyes were also full of admiration. Many of the Gu family members also showed a proud look. Boom! Using the 4th type of law, although it was only at the first realm of perfection, it also increased Gu Ying's strength by a lot. This time, Lu Ming was sent flying by the impact. Lu Ming, I have to admit that your strength is indeed amazing, and it's the first time I've seen it in my life. Seeing that it's not easy for you to cultivate today's matter, you can leave. Gu Ying said. Thank you. Lu Ming cupped his fists. Gu Ying could indeed be called a gentleman, and this kind of bearing was not something that everyone had. However, Lu Ming's purpose of coming today had not been achieved, so how could he leave just like that? But, the battle between you and me is not over yet. Lu Ming smiled again. You haven't used your full strength yet? Gu Ying's eyes narrowed, and he said solemnly. Of course. Lu Ming smiled, and the color of the death sword in his hand became even more dazzling, and there were 2 more colors. They were the alchemy and equipment laws. 6 laws. Gu Ying cried out in surprise, his eyes revealing a look of disbelief. The other members of the Gu family were also shocked. He had not even become a martial emperor, yet he could control 6 types of laws. This was simply unbelievable. Could it be that the legends were true? That one of their ancestors had controlled many kinds of laws before becoming an emperor? Originally, there were some people who were skeptical about the legend of their ancestor being able to control many kinds of laws before becoming a martial emperor. That was because such a thing was simply too inconceivable. Furthermore, such a long time had passed. Who knew if that legend was true or false? However, after seeing Lu Ming today, they knew that the legend was true. But their shock was not over yet. Because a hammer appeared in Lu Ming's left hand. Hammer of Chaos. It was composed of the law of primal chaos and 6 other laws. At this moment, the people from the Gu family were completely stunned. Even Gu Yingzhong was the same. After a long while, they finally reacted. Heavens! Supreme laws of nature. 2 supreme laws of nature. A person who has not yet become an emperor not only controls many kinds of laws, but also 2 supreme laws of nature at the same time. How did he do it? Unbelievable, unbelievable. Whether it was the old or the young of the Gu family, they were all shocked beyond words. Controlling 2 supreme laws of nature had completely broken their understanding of the laws. Naturally, they were shocked. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, figures flew out from the depths of the purple bamboo forest. There were at least 100 of them, and a few of them exuded an astonishing cultivation base. They were all martial emperors. Lu Ming secretly sighed. The heaven realm was indeed the heaven realm. After countless years of inheritance, the experts were indeed astonishing. It was just the Gu family, but there were already 4 or 5 martial emperors. It was really hard to imagine. For example, there were not many martial emperors in the entire territory of the primordial mountain. In fact, it was not that the strength of the primordial realm was really so different from the heaven realm. There was a gap, but it would not be so ridiculous. The main reason was that many powerhouses of the primordial realm had left the primordial realm and came to the heaven realm to participate in the war and cultivate. For example, some of the overlord forces in the divine fate land were also very powerful. Many powerhouses stayed there. Greetings, Patriarch. The people of the Gu family bowed one after another to a middle-aged elegant man. This person was the patriarch of the Gu family. Alright, let's end this battle here. The patriarch of the Gu family said. Yes. Guing nodded heavily, withdrew his aura, and took a few steps back. The patriarch of the Gu family looked at Lu Ming, full of amazement, and said, I didn't expect that there would be such a person in this world. Before becoming an martial emperor, he has already mastered multiple laws, and even 2 supreme laws of nature. What a miracle. Patriarch Gu, you flatter me. It's a pity that it's difficult to become an martial emperor. Lu Ming sighed. Indeed, my Gu family's ancestor also had an amazing figure. Before becoming an martial emperor, he also mastered multiple laws of nature. In the end, he did not become an martial emperor. What a pity. You all came here because you heard the legend of my Gu family's ancestor, right? The patriarch of the Gu family said. That's right, that's indeed the case. Lu Ming nodded. Since you have something to ask of us, why are you insulting my Gu family's ancestor? What is the meaning of this? An elder of the Gu family walked out, still looking a little indignant. The patriarch of the Gu family also looked at Dandan. What insult? What do you juniors know? I already know Gu Xingyue, Gu Xingxing, and the others. Gu Lingtian, who has mastered multiple laws before becoming an martial emperor, is also my good friend. Dandan said casually. You dare? The people of the Gu family were furious. The patriarch of the Gu family raised his hand, and the people of the Gu family quieted down. May I ask, who are you? The patriarch of the Gu family asked. Then you'll have to see clearly. Dandan curled his lips. His body suddenly changed, and he transformed into his original form. Then, his body rapidly expanded into an incomparably huge tortoise, floating in the sky. This is the legendary top 10 battle beasts, the world divine tortoise. Someone exclaimed in shock. Everyone of the Gu family widened their eyes. The top 10 battle beasts had become legends by now, and they had long been forgotten. In the ancient war, the top 10 battle beasts were either dead or injured. They had long disappeared without a trace. Many people speculated that the top 10 battle beasts might have all died in battle. They did not expect that one of the top 10 battle beasts, the world divine tortoise, would actually appear here. You are the legendary senior tortoise? The patriarch of the Gu family was the first to react. Of course, it's me, the old man. The giant tortoise said, and then quickly shrank, turning into a little Taoist priest. Senior tortoise, what's with your cultivation? The patriarch of the Gu family asked, his attitude became respectful. Chapter 22-27. Sigh, it's all because of the battle back then. I almost died. If it weren't for my peerless strength, you wouldn't be able to see me now. Dandan sighed at first, but he soon became energetic and said, who's the oldest in the Gu family now? The oldest in the Gu family now is the son of ancestor Lingtian, ancestor Gu Xingyue. Gu Xingyue, so it's that little brat. Ask him to come see me. Dandan said casually, acting like a senior expert. The eyelids of the other members of the Gu family twitched, and their faces were a little ugly. Gu Xingyue was the current ancestor of the Gu family. He had lived for a long time since ancient times, but now he was called a little brat by Dandan. What were they? However, when they remembered that he was the world turtle from back then, they understood. The top 10 battle beasts from back then were all peak powerhouses, and they had lived for a long time. Senior turtle, please wait for a moment. I'll report to the ancestor. The Gu family leader cupped his fists and then went to the palace in the depths of the Gu family. Lu Ming and the others didn't have to wait for long before they saw the Gu family leader and an old man with a head of white hair flying over. The old man had a ruddy face and white hair. He was in high spirits and his eyes were extremely bright. The Gu family leader followed behind the old man with a respectful expression. Greetings, ancestor. The members of the Gu family bowed to the old man at the same time. Needless to say, this was the oldest ancestor of the Gu family, Gu Xinghui. No need to be so polite. Gu Xinghui waved his hand and glanced at Dandan. His spiritual consciousness spread out and sensed Dandan's aura. He showed a hint of joy on his face and said, "Senior Turtle, it's really you." "Ha ha ha, isn't it me? Little brat, I haven't seen you for many years and you've become so old." "Huh, I'm still young." Dandan laughed. "Senior Turtle, I just heard that there's a little brother who has mastered many kinds of laws before becoming an emperor. He has even mastered 2 supreme laws. Are you here for the method left behind by my father?" Gu Xinghui asked straightforwardly. "That's right. I've heard that Gu Lingtian has been researching for his entire life, and before his time was up, he made great progress. That's why I'm here to see what he's come up with," Dandan said. Gu Xinghui looked at Lu Ming in surprise. He had lived for a very long time. When he heard that someone had mastered multiple kinds of laws before achieving the martial monarch realm, including 2 of the strongest laws, even his heart could not help but tremble. He could not help but feel curious. "Little brother, can you reveal your nomological laws to this old man?" Gu Xinghui said. "All right." Lu Ming nodded. With a thought, the 7 types of laws appeared one after another. Gu Xinghui's eyes were bright as he sighed, "A miracle, a miracle." After a while, he said, "Back then, Father did indeed make a great breakthrough. He once said that he finally found the method to become a monarch. Unfortunately, he couldn't do it himself, and could only leave it for the fated ones." Lu Ming's eyes lit up, and his heart could not help but beat faster. Gu Xinghui's words were obviously saying that Gu Lingtian had really found the method back then. Gu Lingtian is indeed a rare hero. I didn't expect him to really find the method. It's a pity for him. If he wasn't so ambitious, his achievements wouldn't be much weaker than mine." Dandan sighed. It was rare to see such an exaggerated person. Gu Xinghui's eyes were also a little sad. "Senior Turtle, come with me," Gu Xinghui said. Then, he made a gesture of invitation and walked towards the depths of the Gu family. Lu Ming, Dandan, and Mulans followed. The rest of the Gu family also dispersed. Lu Ming and the other 2 followed Gu Xinghui. They flew past a large number of palaces and came to a quiet place. It was very quiet here. There was only a small house made of purple bamboo. It was quiet and elegant. Outside the house, there was a small courtyard. There was a stone table and a few stone benches on the side. "Senior Turtle, take a seat. I'll be back soon," Gu Xinghui said. Then, he walked into the bamboo house. After a while, he took out a bronze box and walked out. "This is left behind by Father," Gu Xinghui said. Then, he opened the bronze box. A jade box appeared inside. "My father placed his lifetime of research into this jade box. However, no one has been able to open this jade box since my father passed away. There is a formation placed on top of it. If one tries to forcefully open it, this jade box, including the things inside, will be turned into ashes," Gu Xinghui said. "It can't be opened?" "That can't be." Dandan was speechless. Lu Ming's heart also sank. "Yes, but I guess that Father wanted to leave it to a fated person like little brother Lu Ming who has mastered many laws before becoming an emperor. Little brother Lu Ming, you can take a look. Perhaps you can open it." Gu Xinghui handed the jade box to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took it and carefully studied it. The jade box was covered with fine runes. Lu Ming looked at it for a long time, but he didn't find anything. "Let me see," Dandan shouted. Lu Ming handed the jade box to Dandan. Dandan studied it carefully. He was an expert in formations. Sure enough, he made a big discovery. His eyes lit up and he said, "No wonder no one can open it. It turns out that such a condition is required." "Haha. Dandan, you can see it?" Lu Ming asked. "Of course, don't you know who I am?" I'm the leader of the top 10 beasts, the world turtle. There's no formation that I can't see. If you want to open this jade box, you need to meet 2 conditions. First, you need to use sacred power. Second, you need to use 5 laws at the same time, but it's not specified which 5 laws. If these 2 conditions are separated, it's very simple. However, when combined, it's very harsh because both conditions need to be fulfilled by the same person. Dandan explained. They were stunned for a moment, then they immediately reacted. The condition was obvious. It required a person who hadn't become an emperor yet to master 5 laws at the same time. This was what Gu Lingtian had left for people like him. Lu Ming, give it a try. Dandan handed the jade box to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took it and followed Dandan's instructions. He circulated his sacred power and controlled the 5 laws at the same time, shrouding them on the jade box. Buzz! The jade box began to move. It began to emit light, and the runes on it flowed. Finally, with a click, the jade box opened. There was a jade token in the jade box. It's open. Gu Xinghui was also very excited. Lu Ming, Dandan, and Mulans were also very excited. Lu Ming, quickly take a look. Is there a way for you to successfully prove your Tao and become an emperor? Dandan said excitedly. Lu Ming took a deep breath, took out the jade token, and sank his spiritual consciousness into it. My life is Gu Lingtian. Immediately, a voice rang in Lu Ming's mind. Chapter 22-28. Lu Ming learned about Gu Lingtian's life from the jade token. Gu Lingtian was a peerless genius. He was the most dazzling star in the heaven realm during that era. However, Gu Lingtian's ambition was higher than the sky. He wanted to walk a different path, a path that no one had walked before. Before he became a martial emperor, he relied on his terrifying talent to cultivate several types of laws. He wanted to use these laws to create a small world when he became a martial emperor. Unfortunately, in the end, he was unable to complete this path. He was blocked, and this block lasted for an entire lifetime. Gu Lingtian spent his entire life researching. Finally, in his later years, he found a way. Before he became a martial emperor, he had already mastered many types of laws. If he wanted to become a martial emperor, he had to maintain balance. This was because it was too difficult to condense the heart of the realm when one became a martial emperor. The laws would collide with each other and burst out with terrifying force that could tear the martial emperor's saint heart and body. That was why it was difficult to become a martial emperor. However, as long as the laws reached a balance, they wouldn't burst out with tearing force. Then, one would be able to successfully evolve the heart of the realm and become a martial emperor. However, it was difficult to achieve a balance with many laws. In this aspect, not being a martial emperor gave one an advantage. That was because an Elysian child controlled one of the strongest laws. If you controlled other laws, it would be very difficult for you to achieve a balance. According to Gu Lingtian's speculation, a martial emperor could achieve a balance with 3, 6, or 9 martial emperor laws and become a martial emperor. However, before becoming a martial emperor, those who had the ability and talent to control many types of laws were all martial emperors. They were all martial emperors. No matter how many laws were combined, it was difficult to achieve a balance with one supreme law. Because the supreme law was too powerful, it was difficult for other laws to maintain a balance with it. Gu Lingtian speculated that if a person could control 3 supreme laws and 6 martial emperor laws, they would be able to maintain a balance and successfully evolve the heart of the realm. Or, if a person could control 6 or 9 supreme laws, they would also be able to evolve the heart of the realm. 3 supreme laws and 6 martial emperor laws. I can do it. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He was overwhelmed by ecstasy. Currently, he had already grasped 2 supreme laws and 5 monarch laws. He was completely capable of comprehending 1 more supreme law and 1 more monarch law. Gu Lingtian also mentioned that the rules had to be on the same level in order to maintain a balance. For example, if one of the laws had reached the 2nd realm while the others were all at the 1st realm, that would not do either. Lu Ming secretly rejoiced that he had yet to reach the second realm of laws. He would be able to achieve the martial monarch realm once he mastered the first level of the martial monarch realm. Lu Ming's words delighted Dandan and Mulan's. Lu Ming, quick, let me take a look. Dandan shouted. Lu Ming handed the jade tablet to Dandan. Dandan immediately looked at it. After reading it, Dandan fell silent. Then, he handed the jade tablet to Gu Xinghui. After that, Mulan's also took a look at it. What a pity. Gu Lingtian is indeed amazing. In the end, he managed to grasp one supreme law and 8 monarch laws. However, he still could not achieve a balance and could not become a martial monarch. Dandan sighed. Gu Xinghui's eyes were filled with sadness. The method that father recorded might seem simple, but it's actually extremely difficult to achieve. It's impossible for anyone to control multiple laws before becoming a martial monarch. Only someone with the talent of the Elysian child would be able to do it. However, it is difficult for a person to master more than 2 supreme laws at the same time. Therefore, almost no one can achieve this condition. In my opinion, father's method is completely tailor-made for brother Lu Ming. Gu Xinghui sighed. That's right. Dandan also sighed. Mulan's was also happy for Lu Ming. Brother Lu Ming, I hope that you can become a martial monarch. This way, you will have fulfilled father's last wish. Gu Xinghui said. Definitely. Lu Ming was extremely determined. How about this? I will bring you to a place. It will help you comprehend many laws and become a martial monarch as soon as possible. Gu Xinghui said. Then, Gu Xinghui stepped into the air and left. Lu Ming, Dandan, and Mulan's followed. They went deeper into the purple bamboo forest. Not long after, they came in front of a huge ancient tree. This ancient tree was hundreds of meters tall. It was as thick as a dozen people hugging it. Gu Xinghui waved his hand, and a light door appeared on the ancient tree. It turns out that there is a small world hidden here. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. It was obvious that the light door on the ancient tree was the entrance to a small world. Gu Xinghui entered the light door. Lu Ming and the others also entered one by one. As soon as they entered the light door, they came to another world. The laws here are so clear. It gives me a refreshing feeling, and my heart feels empty. As soon as they entered this small world, Lu Ming and the others felt something unusual. Especially Lu Ming, he felt like he was sitting under the tree of enlightenment and cultivating. Follow me. Gu Xinghui smiled and stepped into the air. After flying for a long distance, they came to a mountain range. However, this mountain range was barren. There was no vegetation at all. There was only a giant tree in the middle of the mountain range. That's the tree of enlightenment. Looking at that giant tree, Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Yes, there was indeed a tree of enlightenment here. Although the species was different from Lu Ming's, it was indeed the tree of enlightenment. And this tree of enlightenment was completely incomparable to Lu Ming's. Lu Ming's tree of enlightenment had been cultivated until now. It had taken root on a mountain peak in the mountain river diagram and was more than 30 meters tall. However, the one in front of them was at least 1,000 meters tall. The ancient tree towered into the sky, and the great Tao surrounded the branches. Everyone felt that their hearts were empty and their minds were incomparably clear. The effect was many times better than Lu Ming's. Great, your Gu family actually secretly cultivated an ancient tree of enlightenment. Amazing. Dandan grinned and sighed, his eyes shining. Unfortunately, after countless years of cultivation, it still hasn't fully matured. Gu Xinghui sighed. It's already not bad to be able to cultivate it to 1,000 meters tall. I also had one back then, but unfortunately, it wasn't mature either. It was destroyed in the later battle. As he said that, he glanced at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. His tree of enlightenment was cultivated from a dead branch, and that branch appeared together with Dandan back then. Could it be that Dandan's tree of enlightenment was the same one? That was very likely. You can cultivate here from now on. Gu Xinghui said. Good, good. Lu Ming, this is the most suitable place for your current stage. Dandan said to Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded. Indeed. Chapter 22-29. The Gu family's Enlightenment ancient tree was already 1,000 meters tall. Its effect was much better than his own Enlightenment ancient tree. It was the most suitable place to comprehend the laws. You guys can cultivate here. If you need anything, just send me a message. Gu Xinghui left behind a message and a voice transmission jade talisman. His figure moved and disappeared. Lu Ming and the other two headed towards the Enlightenment ancient tree. As they approached, they found a few people sitting cross-legged under the Enlightenment ancient tree, cultivating. Obviously, they were the Gu family's people. Lu Ming also finally understood why Gu Yingzhong could control 4 types of laws at such a young age. He had even reached the second level of 2 of them. It was definitely related to the Enlightenment ancient tree. When the 3 of them arrived, someone from the Gu family sensed them and opened his eyes to look at Lu Ming and the other 2. He was surprised. This was because he did not know Lu Ming and the other 2 at all. However, he was only surprised and did not say anything. This was because this was the Gu family's secret place. Without the Gu family's higher-ups leading the way, no one would be able to find it. Obviously, Lu Ming, Dandan, and Mulans were able to enter because the higher-ups of the Gu family had brought them here. Since it was the higher-ups of the Gu family who brought them here, he naturally would not say anything. He nodded to Lu Ming and the other 2 and closed his eyes to continue cultivating. The 2 of you can cultivate here. I'm going to find a place to go into seclusion and break through to the true Emperor realm. Dandan said. I hope you break through soon. Otherwise, when I become an emperor, I'll catch up to you very quickly. Lu Ming laughed. Dream on, you want to catch up to me? Dandan curled his lips unhappily, then his figure flashed and disappeared into the distance in an instant. Lu Ming and Mulans came under the Enlightenment ancient tree. They each found a piece of green stone and sat cross-legged on it. The Enlightenment ancient tree was 1,000 meters tall and was incomparably huge. Between the branches and leaves, there were grand daos. Whether it was comprehending laws or divine abilities, it was very useful here. To comprehend 9 types of laws, 3 supreme laws and 6 monarch Dao laws, I'm still lacking 1 supreme law and 1 monarch Dao law. Which 2 should I comprehend? Lu Ming pondered. If it's monarch Dao law, why don't I comprehend the penetration law? Lu Ming's heart moved. The law of penetration and the power of penetration were extremely shocking. If one could comprehend it, one's attack power would increase by a lot. Furthermore, the 6-feathered divine wings that Dandan imparted to Lu Ming contained 6 types of laws. Apart from the law of array, alchemy, and weapons, the law of penetration was also one of them. After comprehending the law of penetration, the power of the 6-feathered divine wings would increase explosively. After deciding on the monarch Dao law, it was time to decide which supreme law to comprehend. Of the remaining 8 supreme laws, Lu Ming was most optimistic about the destiny law. Because the destiny law was indeed mysterious and powerful. However, the destiny law had a high requirement of talent. It was also the most difficult to cultivate. Lu Ming thought for a while, then shook his head and eliminated the destiny law. Now that I have the chaos law and death law, I'm not weak in terms of offense. The next law doesn't necessarily have to increase my offense. Increasing my defense or vitality is also very important. Then, the life law. In the end, Lu Ming decided to comprehend the life law. Xiang Xiang had the life body, so Lu Ming was more familiar with the life law. Moreover, once one grasped the life law, their vitality would become astonishing. Even if they suffered some fatal injuries, they would be able to recover quickly. This would greatly increase their ability to survive. For the next 2 laws, Lu Ming decided to comprehend the life law and the penetration law. Closing his eyes, Lu Ming's mind became empty. His mind merged with heaven and earth as he captured the fluctuations of the laws. Penetration, penetrate everything, nothing can stop it. Lu Ming murmured and understood something. As Lu Ming comprehended more and more laws, he had more experience in comprehending laws. Hence, he became more and more efficient in comprehending laws. In just a few days, the penetration law had reached the entry level. Half a month later, Lu Ming successfully comprehended the life law and reached the entry level. In this way, he had already grasped 9 types of laws. What he needed to do now was to increase the maturity of the laws. The alchemy law, tools law, penetration law, and life law. Now, Lu Ming still had 4 types of laws that had not reached the first level of perfection. However, the alchemy law and tools law were already about 90% mature. Lu Ming wholeheartedly comprehended the 4 types of laws. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. On this day, thunder rumbled in the distance. Lu Ming, who was cultivating, and the people of the Gu family all opened their eyes. Someone has become an emperor and is going through the emperor tribulation. Someone from the Gu family whispered. Senior sister Mulan's is going to become an emperor. Lu Ming smiled. Mulan's had obtained the inheritance of a peerless expert. The process of inheritance lasted for 5 years. In these 5 years, Mulan's cultivation soared to the limit of the boundary emperor before stopping. Mulan's was originally just a hair away from becoming an emperor. Now, after more than half a year of accumulation and polishing, Mulan's finally crossed the bottleneck and became an emperor. Lu Ming took a step forward and came to a place not far from Mulan's. Mulan's body was covered in a layer of blood light, which turned into attacks to resist the heavenly tribulation. It seemed that Mulan's was still quite relaxed. Not long after, Mulan's successfully passed the heavenly tribulation. Boom! At this moment, a shocking change occurred in Mulan's body. It was the evolution of the sacred heart. The sacred energy turned into the power of the world. A faint emperor's aura was emitted from Mulan's body. Half an hour later, Mulan's aura stabilized and she officially entered the martial emperor realm. Senior sister, congratulations on confirming your Dao and becoming an emperor. Lu Ming stepped forward and congratulated Lu Ming. Mulan's looked at Lu Ming with joy on her face. She said, I believe that junior brother will become an emperor soon. Little girl, not bad. You became an emperor so quickly. It seems that you are really suitable for Shui Xiu's cultivation path. A voice was heard. Then, with a flash of light, Dandan's figure appeared. Dandan, you also broke through? Lu Ming looked at Dandan and asked curiously. Of course. What kind of existence am I? A mere true emperor is nothing. I will soon break through to the great emperor realm, then the heavenly emperor realm. Finally, I will surpass the past and break through to the supreme realm. Ha ha ha. Dandan laughed proudly, as if he was thinking of a beautiful future. His eyes were shining. This guy, Lu Ming despised him, but he was also happy for him. Dandan laughed for a while and said, Lu Ming, come, come. Let's spar and see how you have comprehended the laws during this period. You are now a true emperor. If I spar with you, won't I be abused? Lu Ming curled his lips and immediately refused. Chapter 22:30. Ha ha ha, I know you're afraid of me. However, I won't use the power of the world. I'll just spar with you using the laws. Why are you still afraid? Dandan grinned and looked at Lu Ming from the corner of his eyes. Lu Ming was unhappy and said, come on, let's go. Let's spar a little further away. After they flew a distance away, they began to fight. Dandan did not use his cultivation to suppress Lu Ming. He only used a little bit of the power of the world to activate the laws and fought with Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming was defeated by Dandan in one move. This made Lu Ming speechless. Was the difference so big? Although Dandan also controlled 9 types of laws, he also controlled 9 types of laws. However, after colliding with Dandan's laws, his laws were completely vulnerable. Lu Ming, although you control a lot of laws, it's only the most superficial fusion. You don't have an ancient scripture to fully unleash the power of these laws. Therefore, the power is too weak. Dandan said. It's a pity that I don't have an ancient scripture. Lu Ming also had a bitter face. Although he created the Hammer of Chaos and the Sword of Death, he had only created them recently and was far from reaching the major completion. Their power was limited. Those ancient scriptures were not created by others. Those who created the ancient scriptures also created those ancient scriptures according to the laws they controlled. Right now, you're just inexperienced. You can't fully unleash the magical powers you created. If you can fully unleash the laws you control, the power will definitely be stronger than many ancient scriptures. After all, you created them yourself. Dandan explained. Dandan, since you're so experienced, why don't you teach me? Lu Ming smiled and looked at Dandan. Now you know how powerful I am. Don't worry, I want to spar with you because I want to guide you. Come again, use your full strength. Dandan laughed loudly. He was very pleased with himself. With one hand behind his back, he had the demeanor of a peerless expert. This time, Lu Ming didn't make things difficult for Dandan. After all, he had a favor to ask. Whoosh! Then, Lu Ming's figure flashed, and the hammer of primal chaos appeared in his hand, and he smashed it toward Dandan. Dandan pointed out and at least 5 types of laws exploded out, forming a finger energy that slammed into the primal chaos hammer. The primal chaos hammer violently trembled before exploding. Lu Ming's hammer of primal chaos also contained 5 types of nomological laws, but they were like tofu. On the other hand, Dandan's 5 types of nomological laws were like steel, as they immediately defeated Lu Ming's hammer of primal chaos. Again. Lu Ming then charged towards Dandan, resisting with his laws. But every time, Lu Ming was completely defeated. A day later, Lu Ming was already exhausted. He then stopped. But in this battle, Lu Ming had gained a lot. He was more proficient in the use of the nomological laws. When he used the hammer of primal chaos or the sword of death, the various nomological laws complemented each other, and the explosive power also increased. Dandan, although bragging every day and sometimes unreliable, was really experienced. Moreover, the world divine turtle was known as the world. Its innate control of the nomological laws was unparalleled, and it was stronger than the other top 10 battle beasts. Therefore, it could often point out Lu Ming's shortcomings in the use of the nomological laws, allowing Lu Ming to improve rapidly. Go back and digest it well. We'll continue the competition in 7 days. Dandan grinned and went to enlightenment. The few of them returned to the enlightenment ancient tree and continued to cultivate. Mulans had been watching Lu Ming and Dandan fight before. She had gained a lot and needed to digest it. In the following days, Lu Ming had one more thing to do, and that was to fight with Dandan. Every 7 days, he would fight with Dandan. His comprehension of the various nomological laws and the use of the nomological laws were improving by leaps and bounds. The mastery of the 4 nomological laws of alchemy, tools, penetration, and life increased very quickly. After all, this was under the enlightenment ancient tree. Coupled with Lu Ming's own talent, it was difficult not to improve. At the same time, Lu Ming's 2 self-created supernatural powers, the hammer of primal chaos and the sword of death, were getting stronger and stronger. Not only was the original use of the nomological laws, but also the penetration nomological laws. One supernatural power contains 7 nomological laws, and its power was constantly increasing. Finally, after Lu Ming cultivated here for a year, he had another nomological law that reached perfection. Alchemy nomological laws. The alchemy nomological laws reached perfection, and the nomological laws formed a river. Lu Ming's physical body and saint power were tempered again, and greatly improved. Without a doubt, Lu Ming's combat strength was also increasing rapidly. After cultivating here for a year and a half, Lu Ming's tools nomological laws had also reached perfection. Until now, Lu Ming still had the penetration nomological laws and life nomological laws that had not reached perfection in the first realm. The life nomological law was an ultimate nomological law, and relatively speaking, the speed of improvement was much slower. Far away from the enlightenment ancient tree, on a flat ground, Lu Ming and Dandan continued to fight. Although Lu Ming's strength was increasing rapidly, Dandan's improvement was even faster. Lu Ming felt that the 9 nomological laws that Dandan controlled had probably reached the second realm. Lu Ming was naturally no match for him. The two of them exchanged a blow, and Lu Ming retreated. Unfortunately, my ultimate nomological laws can't be merged together. Lu Ming sighed. Whether it was the Hammer of Chaos or the Sword of Death, they both only contained one ultimate nomological law. If other ultimate nomological laws could be merged, the power would probably skyrocket. However, if ultimate nomological laws could not be merged, it would be too difficult to merge them. Not necessarily. Dandan said, "It's said that it's impossible for one person to control 2 ultimate nomological laws, but didn't you do it? Since you can control multiple ultimate nomological laws, you can naturally merge them into one supernatural power. Speaking of which, Lu Ming, your path is completely different from others. You cultivated the ancient scriptures created by others, but it can't fully stimulate your potential. Other people's ancient scriptures have a single ultimate nomological law as the core, but you control multiple ultimate nomological laws. If you want to fully stimulate your potential, you need to create your own." Dandan was rarely serious as he seriously guided Lu Ming. Lu Ming was greatly moved. Indeed, those peerless heroes who created various ancient scriptures did not control multiple ultimate nomological laws. At most, they controlled one ultimate nomological law and then combined it with other monarch nomological laws and ordinary nomological laws to create it. None of them were suitable for Lu Ming. If Lu Ming wanted to tap into his full potential, he had to create his own ancient scriptures and supernatural powers. Lu Ming felt suddenly enlightened. He felt that he could see his future path. "Dandan, thank you." Lu Ming thanked Dandan very seriously. "Ha ha ha, who am I? The leader of the top 10 battle beasts, an invincible peerless genius. Do you believe me now?" Dandan grinned and laughed, feeling very comfortable and happy. "Come, continue. Let me guide you so that you can merge ultimate nomological laws as soon as possible." Dandan shouted, full of enthusiasm. Although Dandan did not control multiple ultimate nomological laws, his experience was there, and it was very helpful to Lu Ming. However, it was too difficult to merge different ultimate nomological laws into one supernatural power. Chapter 22:31. Winter passed and spring came. Time flew by. Lu Ming had been cultivating here for 3 years. After 3 years of hard work, his law of penetration had reached the first level of perfection. Lu Ming's physical body and saint power had become stronger after repeated refinements. His physical strength was incomparably strong, and his saint power was condensed to the extreme. Moreover, his application of the law had become stronger, and the power of his self-created divine powers had increased by a lot. Compared to 3 years ago, Lu Ming's combat strength had increased by leaps and bounds. However, his law of life was still a little short and had not reached perfection. It was still at the 99% stage. Lu Ming was not in a hurry. It was indeed a little slow to improve his ultimate law, and this was still cultivating under the ancient tree of enlightenment. If it were in the outside world, it would be impossible to cultivate so many laws to the first level of perfection in 3 years. On the same flat ground, Lu Ming and Dandan were still fighting. Swoosh! Swoosh! Lu Ming held the Sword of Death in his hand and slashed out continuously. Its power was extremely shocking. However, Dandan was relaxed. With a casual wave of his hand, various laws circulated and easily blocked Lu Ming's attack. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. Lu Ming's eyes were firm and persistent. He was trying to integrate the law of chaos into the Sword of Death. Just a little bit more, merge for me. Suddenly, Lu Ming roared. The law of death in his body surged. The Sword of Death in his hand vibrated constantly, and the sword's roar shook the sky. Buzz! Suddenly, the power of the Sword of Death skyrocketed, and a terrifying sword light slashed at Dandan. This sword not only contained the power of the law of death, but also the heavy power of the law of chaos. Success! Lu Ming was ecstatic. However, in the next moment, Lu Ming's body trembled. He felt a terrifying tearing force from the two ultimate laws. His palm was about to be torn apart by this tearing force. Nestle! On the opposite side, Dandan shouted. With a shake of his palm, a tortoise shell appeared and blocked in front of him like a shield. Boom! With a violent explosion, Dandan's tortoiseshell shield exploded. Dandan quickly retreated, avoiding the tip of the sword of death. Kid, you've succeeded? Dandan looked at Lu Ming. The sword of death in Lu Ming's hand disappeared. His palms and arms were covered in cracks, blood seeping out from them. Circulating the law of life, the wound on his arm quickly healed. Unfortunately, the two types of laws will still clash and erupt with astonishing power, causing me to be injured. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. That's normal. You've just started the fusion and aren't familiar with it yet. However, this proves that we're on the right track. As long as you keep trying, the side effects will disappear. Ha ha ha, we've created history. If this were to spread, I'm afraid it would scare people to death. Dandan was extremely excited. Lu Ming also revealed a smile. He understood that after such a long period of hard work, he had finally succeeded. Although the fusion of two types of supreme laws would cause him to be injured, it was still incomplete. As it continued to be perfected in the future, these side effects would definitely disappear. Under the effect of the law of life, the wound on Lu Ming's arm had completely healed. Dandan, again. Lu Ming rushed towards Dandan. Where could he find such a good sparring partner? Boom! The sword of death reappeared in Lu Ming's hand. Immediately, the law of primal chaos erupted and merged with the sword of death. Buzz! This time, he immediately succeeded. However, the fusion still clashed and a terrifying power erupted, causing Lu Ming's arm to be covered in wounds. However, the power of this sword strike had reached an astonishing level. Dandan needed to focus her attention in order to block it. This could be considered Lu Ming's strongest killing move. If I integrate the law of life in the future, the power will definitely be stronger. Lu Ming thought to himself. Lu Ming was about to continue looking for Dandan when a figure flashed and a white-haired old man appeared. It was Gu Xinghui. This was the first time Gu Xinghui had appeared in 3 years. Little brother Lu Ming, it seems that you have made great progress in these years. Gu Xinghui smiled. Senior, thank you for bringing me here to cultivate. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have to cultivate for a few more years to achieve my current achievements. Lu Ming said. Kid, why are you here today? Dandan walked over and said casually. Of course, there's something big. Gu Xinghui said. Something big? What's the big deal? Dandan asked curiously. Mount Eternal has appeared. It is said that the indestructible ancient scripture is hidden in Mount Eternal. Gu Xinghui said. What? Dandan almost jumped up. His eyes lit up as he stared at Gu Xinghui and said, Is that true? It's true. Mount Eternal has appeared in the void and is now hovering above Alcade Ancient City. Now, countless experts from the Taiching Celestial Domain are rushing over to get the indestructible ancient scripture. So, I'm here to ask if you want to go. Gu Xinghui said. Of course, we're going. We can't miss the indestructible ancient scripture of the indestructible emperor. Dandan's eyes lit up. By the side, Lu Ming and Mulan were somewhat dumbstruck. They had never heard of Mount Eternal or the indestructible ancient scripture. Is the indestructible ancient scripture that magical? Lu Ming asked. Of course. It is said that those who cultivate the indestructible ancient scripture will be immortal and have extremely strong vitality. Even a trace of blood, a strand of hair, or a trace of soul can be recovered. Although the law of life has strong vitality, it is far inferior to cultivating the indestructible ancient scripture. The indestructible ancient scripture is the trump card of the indestructible emperor. Do you know about the emperor? He is an existence on par with the Chaos Emperor. Dandan rattled on, explaining a bunch of things. Lu Ming was shocked. He was shocked by the incredible power of the indestructible ancient scripture and the strength of the indestructible emperor. According to Dandan, those who could be called venerable sovereigns were all invincible figures. They were known as venerable sovereigns and were invincible in the world. For example, the Chaos Emperor and the Indestructible Emperor. If the Indestructible Emperor is so strong, how can he be so strong? Then how can others get the indestructible ancient scripture? Won't we be courting death if we go? Lu Ming asked curiously. The indestructible emperor died a long time ago. Dandan said. Died? How can such a person who cultivated the indestructible ancient scripture die? Lu Ming was shocked and puzzled. Sigh, it's all because of the evil god tribe. In the ancient era, at the beginning of the war, the indestructible emperor was besieged by several people of the evil god tribe. In the end, nothing was left of him. Even if he had the indestructible ancient scripture, he still died. Since the fall of the indestructible emperor, Mount Eternal, where he lived, escaped into the endless void and wandered in the eternal darkness of the void. No one could find it. I really didn't expect Mount Eternal to suddenly appear. Many people guessed that the indestructible ancient scripture is about to reappear. Gu Xinghui sighed. Lu Ming was also interested. Okay, let's go and take a look. Chapter 22-32. Before becoming an emperor, it was a good opportunity to go out for a walk and adjust his condition to prepare for becoming an emperor. At the same time, he could also try his luck. If he could really get the indestructible ancient scripture, it would be a great stroke of luck. Immediately, Lu Ming, Mulans, and Dandan followed Gu Xinghui and left for the Gu clan's palace. This time, the Gu clan would also send people to try their luck. Mount Eternal had been wandering in the eternal darkness for so many years. It was very difficult to get it by relying on one's cultivation alone. It would require a fortuitous encounter. Therefore, the Gu clan sent some geniuses. The number one genius of the Gu clan, Gu Yingzhong, was naturally among them. However, there were also many experts. There were true emperors and great emperors who were led by the Gu clan's patriarch. Everyone soared into the sky and headed towards the nearest teleportation area. The Alcade ancient city was located in the western part of the Grand Pure Sky domain. A few days later, the Gu clan had already arrived at the Alcade ancient city. The Alcade ancient city was one of the oldest ancient cities in the Heaven domain. In the Heaven domain, there were not many that could be called ancient cities. Each of them had spanned countless years and were full of mottled traces of time. During this period of time, this ancient city that had experienced countless years had become incomparably lively. There was a sea of people, all of them experts. There were experts from all over the Grand Pure Sky domain. Not only the human race, but also the various divine beast races. For example, true dragons, heavenly tigers, phoenixes, and others could be seen from time to time. In the sky above the northern gate of the Alcade ancient city, an incomparably huge divine mountain was suspended there. It was huge and majestic, like the legendary immemorial divine mountain. This was Mount Eternal. Lu Ming and the others did not enter the Alcade ancient city at first. Instead, they headed towards Mount Eternal. Boom! Boom! From afar, they could see a dazzling light constantly flickering and hear a shocking roar. Someone wanted to climb Mount Eternal, and it was a very shocking expert. Lu Ming saw a figure covered in divine light rushing towards Mount Eternal at an astonishing speed. However, no matter how fast he rushed towards Mount Eternal, it seemed that he could not cross the seemingly short distance. It was difficult for him to get close to Mount Eternal. There was a layer of light on Mount Eternal. It seemed to stop there, but it was impossible to get close. Is that a heavenly emperor? Someone from the Gu family asked in a hoarse voice. That's right, it's indeed a heavenly emperor realm figure. The patriarch of the Gu family said. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Even a heavenly emperor realm figure was unable to ascend Mount Eternal? Chirp. At this moment, a cry echoed in the sky. Everyone saw a phoenix spreading its wings and soaring towards Mount Eternal. The aura emitted by the phoenix was shocking. Its body was enormous, and when it spread its wings, they covered the sky and covered the sun. This was absolutely and incomparably terrifying phoenix. Its cultivation was not weaker than that human race powerhouse from before. Without a doubt, it was a heavenly emperor realm existence. With a flap of its wings, the void collapsed, forming a terrifying dark space. It flew towards Mount Eternal at an unimaginable speed. However, it was still difficult for this terrifying phoenix to ascend Mount Eternal. Roar! A roar reverberated in all directions. An incomparably huge white tiger, filled with boundless killing intent, rushed towards Mount Eternal. However, like the phoenix, it was still unable to ascend the mountain. The white tiger roared and stretched out a huge claw. It was incomparably terrifying. It was even bigger than a mountain and grabbed towards Mount Eternal from the sky. Obviously, the white tiger was furious that it could not ascend the mountain. It wanted to blow up Mount Eternal. Its huge claw was even bigger than Mount Eternal. Unfortunately, when it grabbed down, Mount Eternal was like an illusion. It grabbed empty air and nothing was caught. Next, everyone saw a few powerful existences trying to ascend Mount Eternal, but in the end, it was to no avail. There were many people watching nearby. Lu Ming and the others learned from the nearby spectators that during this period, there were no less than 10 heavenly emperors who came here. They used all kinds of methods to try to ascend Mount Eternal and obtain the indestructible ancient scripture, but all of them failed. There were also great emperors, true emperors, and void emperors who tried to ascend the mountain, but all of them ended in failure. Some people speculated that the indestructible ancient scripture had not yet appeared. It was obviously impossible to seize it with strength. One had to know that the indestructible emperor was an invincible figure back then. Many people stayed in Alcade Ancient City, waiting for the right opportunity. Lu Ming and the others looked around Mount Eternal for a while, but it was to no avail. Even Dandan shook his head. They could only come to Alcade Ancient City and find a place to stay. Alcade Ancient City, I heard that it is one of the oldest cities in the heavenly realm. In history, many experts were born and left behind many ruins. How about we go take a look? Guing invited Lu Ming, Dandan, and Mulans. The Gu family had lived in seclusion for generations and rarely came out. Guing did not have many opportunities to come out. This time, if it was not for the indestructible ancient scripture, the Gu family would not have brought them out. It was rare for him to come out, so naturally, he was very curious. All right. Lu Ming and the others nodded. Together with Guing, they left the place where they lived and strolled around Alcade Ancient City. Alcade Ancient City was not only old, but it also covered a very large area. There were countless streets and ancient ruins everywhere. For example, there were many stone tablets, which were enlightenment tablets. These enlightenment tablets had great Tao engravings left behind by experts. It was very helpful for those below the Martial Emperor realm. Many people below the Martial Emperor realm sat cross-legged under the enlightenment tablets, quietly comprehending and cultivating. There were many statues in another place. They were all famous statues of the past generations. Each of them exuded a domineering will that made people admire them. Many people were looking at them. Lu Ming and the others also came here. Look, those are the statues of the top 10 battle beasts. Guing whispered. Lu Ming looked over and saw statues of different species. There was a 9 dragon with a winding body. There were 9 dragon claws under its abdomen. The scales on its body were clear and lifelike, as if the 9 dragons had come back to life. There was a giant elephant that was like a small mountain. Its muscles were obvious as if it had explosive power. This was the immemorial dragonesque elephant. Next, they saw the statues of the Titan longhorn beetle, the immortal heavenly phoenix, the 9 lives demonic silkworm. These were the statues of the top 10 battle beasts. There were a total of 9 statues, but there was no statue of the world turtle. Dandan, you don't seem to be there. It seems that your reputation is not good enough. Or maybe they think that you are not worthy of being compared to the other 9. Lu Ming looked at Dandan and joked. Bullshit, the people who carved these statues must be ignorant or have a grudge against me. Damn it, they didn't put my statue in. Dandan was extremely unhappy and gritted her teeth. In the end, her eyes lit up and she said, I know, they definitely can't carve out my majestic charm, so they don't have a statue of me. That must be it, haha. Pfft. Lu Ming and the others looked at it with disdain. After a while, the crowd left. Lu Ming, it's you? You. How did you come to the heavenly realm? At this moment, a voice was heard. It sounded very surprised. Luo Tsangxiong? An. Stellar River. Chapter 2233. Not far away, a few youths walked over. Two of them were Lu Ming's old acquaintances, Luo Tsangxiong and Xing Xinhe from the primordial realm. Beside them was another youth that Lu Ming did not recognize. Luo Tsangxiong and Xing Xinhe seemed very surprised. Back then, Heavenly Emperor Kong Yin did not bring Lu Ming to the heaven domain. Why would Lu Ming appear in the heaven domain now? After the surprise, it was cold murderous intent. Luo Tsangxiong and Xing Xinhe were the same. They did not hide their murderous intent as their figures flickered and surrounded Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming, I didn't expect you to come to the heaven domain too. Can't you just stay in the primordial realm and retire? Why must you come to the heaven domain to die? Well, it saves me a trip. Luo Tsangxiong said coldly as a powerful aura emanated from his body. Two-star illusionary emperor seemed to have reached the peak of two-star illusionary emperor and could step into three-star illusionary emperor at any time. At the same time, two types of laws emanated from his body. They were both monarch Dao laws and both were at the peak of the first realm. Obviously, after coming to the heaven domain, Luo Tsangxiong had made great progress. Back in the Battle of 10 Earths, Luo Tsangxiong had just broken through to one-star illusionary emperor. Now, he had reached the peak of two-star illusionary emperor and comprehended the second type of law, reaching the peak of the first realm. To be able to make such progress in 5 years was already very fast. He had definitely received a lot of resources to cultivate. The distance of each step in the martial emperor realm was very large and difficult to cross. Without resources, it would take a long time to cultivate honestly. Lu Ming glanced at Luo Tsangxiong indifferently and said, I haven't seen you for 5 years. You've made some progress, but do you think you're my match? His voice was full of disdain. Luo Tsangxiong's face turned ugly. Indeed, he did not have much confidence in dealing with Lu Ming alone. During the Battle of 10 Earths, Lu Ming was able to fight with the heaven domain prodigies who had mastered the strongest laws. He was much stronger than Luo Tsangxiong now. Although he knew that Lu Ming was a peerless cripple and could not become an emperor, his combat ability should not be any different from 5 years ago and there should not be any improvement. However, he was no match for Lu Ming now. However, he was not afraid because there were others beside him. Humph, Lu Ming, this is not the primordial realm, nor is it the same as 5 years ago. Luo Tsangxiong said coldly. Oh. You mean the two of them? Lu Ming smiled indifferently as he glanced at the Star River and the strange young man. I alone am enough. Xing Xinhe spoke with great confidence. Xing Xinhe's cultivation had already reached 3-star illusionary emperor. His improvement was shocking, as he had jumped 2 tiers. At the same time, his law had also made shocking progress. His battle strength was much stronger than 5 years ago during the Battle of the 10 Lands. Xinghe was no longer weaker than the Heaven Realm geniuses who had descended upon the Yuan Realm. His talent was very strong, and he was not weaker than the geniuses of the Heaven Realm. Now that he had the resources of the Heaven Realm to nurture him, his progress was extremely fast. He was confident that he could defeat Lu Ming alone. He is that peerless cripple from the primordial realm? The strange young man spoke. This person's cultivation was not weak either. He was a 3-star illusionary emperor and had mastered 3 types of law. Although he did not master the strongest law, 2 of his monarch laws had already reached the second realm. His strength was also very shocking. That's right, it's him. Luo Tsangxiong said in a cold voice. Many people have praised him to the heavens and bragged about how powerful he is. Today, I want to give it a try. The strange young man sneered. Those who bragged about him are just his friends. Luo Zhangxiong sneered and said, Lu Ming, today, you must die. Back then, in the world of the lotus, Luo Zhangxiong was abused by Lu Ming too miserably. Luo Pokong was killed by Lu Ming in public, and he was trampled on by Lu Ming in public. He was even treated as a human weapon and fought against Xing Xinhe. He was utterly humiliated. He had always wanted to take revenge. However, in the Battle of the Ten Lands, the strength that Lu Ming displayed shocked him, but what happened later made him ecstatic. Lu Ming actually had a peerless crippled body and could not go to the heavenly domain to cultivate. He was overjoyed and decided to return to the primordial realm after cultivating in the heavenly domain and kill Lu Ming personally. He did not expect to meet Lu Ming in the heavenly domain, but his intention to kill Lu Ming would not change. Lu Ming, give me the heavenly emperor's body, and I can give you a quick death. Xing Xinhe said coldly. Of course, he was transmitting his voice to Lu Ming. He did not want others to know about the heavenly emperor's body. In his opinion, the heavenly emperor's body should belong to him, and anyone else who touched it had to die. He also had to kill Lu Ming. Xing Xinhe and the other two completely ignored Dandan, Guing, and Mulans. How strong could they be when they were with a crippled body like Lu Ming? They did not care about them. Lu Ming, who are these three idiots? They fart as soon as they come. Dandan said unhappily. These words made Luo Zhangxiong and Xing Xinhe's faces turn black. Originally, it had nothing to do with you, but now, you have to be responsible for your own words. Luo Zhangxiong said coldly. Nest, this kid has no ability at all, but he's very arrogant. I'll slap him to death. Dandan was even more unhappy. He rolled up his sleeves and was about to attack. Leave them to me, I'll deal with them. Lu Ming waved his hand and stopped Dandan. You'll deal with them? Let's see how you'll deal with them. The unfamiliar young man said coldly. He took a step forward and charged towards Lu Ming. His palm was like a blade, slashing down with force like a heavenly blade. He fully unleashed his 3-star illusionary emperor realm power and 3 types of monarch laws. 2 of them had already reached the 2nd realm and were extremely powerful. This attack shattered the void. A terrifying blade light slashed towards Lu Ming, wanting to split Lu Ming in half. Countless people around were alarmed and looked over. In the face of this attack, Lu Ming's expression did not change at all. He was very calm. Boom! Just as the blade light was about to hit Lu Ming made a move and pointed out with his finger. A finger force hit the blade light, and the blade light shattered immediately. The finger force did not stop and pointed at the unfamiliar young man at an astonishing speed. The unfamiliar young man's pupils shrank sharply, revealing a look of horror in his eyes as he frantically retreated. However, Lu Ming's finger force was faster. In an instant, it caught up with the unfamiliar young man. The unfamiliar young man yelled in horror. At this moment, his heart was full of fear and regret. He never dreamed that Lu Ming, who had a crippled body, would be so powerful. He was even more powerful than the legend said. His attack did not have any effect at all. He felt that death was approaching. He yelled and tried to escape, but it was all too late. Poof! The finger force pierced through his glabella and destroyed his soul. The unfamiliar young man's eyes were wide open and filled with unwillingness. Then, his body fell heavily to the ground. Chapter 22:34. They were well aware of the young man's battle strength. He was a very good genius in the heaven realm and his battle strength was far above Luo Zhangxiong's. Even compared to Xing Xinhe, he was not much weaker. But now, he was killed by Lu Ming in one move. Wasn't Lu Ming's battle strength stronger than Xing Xinhe's? Wasn't Lu Ming a crippled body? How could his battle strength improve so quickly if he couldn't become an emperor? They couldn't figure it out. What they wanted to do now was to run. Xing Xinhe and Luo Zhangxiong retreated almost at the same time. You want to run when you know you can't beat me? Have you asked for my permission? Haha. Lu Ming sneered. He took a step forward and caught up with Luo Zhangxiong in an instant like a ray of dim light. Luo Zhangxiong's eyes were full of horror. The young man's battle strength was above his, but he was killed by Lu Ming in one move. If Lu Ming wanted to kill him, it wouldn't take him a second move. Lu Ming, you can't kill me. If you kill me, my grandfather won't let you go. Luo Zhangxiong roared. Your grandfather? He has already attacked me in the Yuan realm. Unfortunately, he is now seriously injured and I don't know where he went to heal. I will take his head myself in the future. Lu Ming sneered. He must kill Luo Zhangxiong. Autumn Moon was in a desperate situation because of Luo Zhangxiong and almost couldn't wake up. Later, Luo Zhangxiong's grandfather, the great emperor of Tian Luo, joined the great emperor of the Mu clan to kill him in the ancient Moon Holy Land. It could be said that he, the Daluo Heaven sect, and the Luo clan were already mortal enemies. If Luo Zhangxiong didn't come to him, he would go to him. Since he met him today, he would not let him go. Impossible. Hearing Lu Ming's words, Luo Zhangxiong roared in disbelief. Go in peace. Lu Ming said indifferently and pointed his finger. Puff. Without any suspense, Luo Zhangxiong's glabella was pierced by the finger strength. His soul was destroyed and he died on the spot. So far, the two king bodies of the Daluo Heaven sect had been killed by Lu Ming. After killing Luo Zhangxiong, Lu Ming chased after Luo Zhangxiong. At this moment, Stellar River was flying at full speed. He had a feeling that if he didn't leave today, he wouldn't be able to. Lu Ming's battle prowess had exceeded his imagination. However, he still had hope. Lu Ming was just a cripple. He would never be able to become a martial monarch. Even if he could increase his battle prowess, it would be limited. He, on the other hand, didn't believe that he couldn't kill Lu Ming after becoming a true emperor. As long as he was alive, he could kill Lu Ming. Therefore, he used all his strength to run for his life. But when he turned around to look, he was scared out of his wits. Because Lu Ming was not far from him. Heng Xinghe, go down and accompany Luo Zhangxiong, lest he be lonely. Lu Ming said coldly. He displayed the 6 feathered wings and was extremely fast. With a flap of the wings, he was close to Stellar River. Kill. The River of Stars came to a stop, and with a shout, the godly bell of eternity appeared and began to vibrate. Now, Stellar River's cultivation was much stronger than before. He had reached the 3-star Void Emperor. Moreover, his eternal law had reached the 2nd realm and he had mastered a sovereign law. Therefore, the power of the eternal divine bell was many times stronger than before. Layers of sound waves rushed out and turned into sharp swords, slashing toward Lu Ming. It was extremely terrifying. This move again. Heng Xinghe, this move is useless against me. Lu Ming said faintly and blasted out a palm. Boom! The void exploded as the terrifying palm force rushed towards the Stellar River like an avalanche. The sharp swords formed by the sound waves of the eternal divine bell exploded and collapsed. The palm force continued to surge towards Stellar River and bombarded the eternal divine bell. Dong! The eternal divine bell vibrated violently and cracks appeared. Heng Xinghe's body was thrown out like a cannonball and he coughed up blood in the air. How is this possible? Stellar River roared, his voice full of disbelief. How could Lu Ming's combat strength be so strong? In the 5 years since he came to the Heaven Realm, Stellar River had received a lot of resources. There was even a big shot who valued him and took him in as a disciple. That was a heavenly emperor. Being a disciple of a heavenly emperor and receiving the heavenly emperor's training, he had made great progress in all aspects. His combat strength had increased tremendously. Even so, after 5 years, when he met Lu Ming again, he was even more vulnerable. He couldn't accept it. These people are so weak. Why are they here to kill Lu Ming? Dandan pursed his lips and was speechless. They are here to die. Guing was also speechless. The surrounding onlookers were also discussing. Who is that person? What a strong combat strength. I heard them say that he has a peerless cripple physique. What's going on? I don't know. I know. I heard that there is a peerless cripple physique in the primordial realm. Before becoming an emperor, he has mastered many laws and even 2 supreme laws. What? 2 supreme laws of nature? The scene was in an uproar. Many people exclaimed, but even more people didn't believe it. They didn't believe that someone could master 2 supreme laws. That was impossible. In history, no one had ever done it. High in the sky, Lu Ming's figure didn't stop and continued to attack Stellar River. Using the 6-feathered divine wings, Lu Ming's speed was extremely fast. With a flap of his wings, Lu Ming instantly caught up with Stellar River. Dong! Lu Ming struck out with his palm again, bombarding Stellar River's eternal divine bell. This time, the eternal divine bell covering Stellar River's body directly exploded. The sound of bones breaking could be heard all over Stellar River's body. His body flew out and vomited blood. Lu Ming didn't use his full strength. In his palm, there were only 4 types of laws. Primal Chaos Law, Devour Law, Penetration Law, and Force Law. In the past few years, Lu Ming had improved too much. After refining a trace of energy from the ancestral dragon's blood, his physical strength skyrocketed. At the same time, the Alchemy Law, Tools Law, and Penetration Law were all perfected one after another. After tempering his physical body and saint power again and again, Lu Ming's physical body and saint power had improved a lot. Stellar River's strength was no weaker than Blue Cloud and Yan Shi that Lu Ming encountered 3 years ago. At that time, Lu Ming needed to go all out to fight with experts like Blue Cloud or Yan Shi. But now, Lu Ming was also using 4 types of laws. He hadn't even used his ultimate move yet, but he was able to crush Stellar River completely. Be on your way. Lu Ming chased after Stellar River. Stellar River went berserk and tried his best to escape. Lu Ming, you can't kill me. My master is the Heavenly Emperor. At the same time, Stellar River roared and mentioned his master, hoping that Lu Ming would have some scruples. But he also knew that he knew Lu Ming very well. Lu Ming was a lawless person, and there was no way to scare him. Sure enough, Lu Ming was unmoved and continued to chase after him. Despair appeared on Stellar River's face. Lu Ming, stop.